Alright, both of our streams are up. Let's go in here. Change our freaking stuff. The thumbnail out. Thumbnail is not in the same place it normally is today because I accidentally saved it wrong because I'm a dum-dum. Let's go check it out. Going to gaming. Going to ARK Survival Ascended. Save all that. Minimize. And now let's change our settings. We go to high. We go to epic. We go to low. We turn off all this garbage. Go to quality DLSS. Save. And we go back. And we go to console commands. And we get rid of the cloud. And we get rid of the fog. And we get rid of the shadows. And we get rid of the grass. And we're good. And now, should have changed the name. Whoops, forgot to change the name of the stream. Oh well. It is the weekend. We have weekend rate, which is 4.5x. Let's see, 4.5x taming, 4.5x harvesting, and 4.5x XP, which means we need to gather and tame today. So let's do some of that. First thing I want to do, probably. Wait now. Is my whole base offline right now? Oh no. Oh no, I'm just eating through fucking element. Whoops. I forgot to put element in my thing. Thankfully, nobody decided to come and kill me. We're just gonna leave all of this element in here. There you go, 47 days worth of element in there. Maybe I should get some more element. We have increased harvesting rates. Let's do that. Let's get some more element. Do I have a pick? I do. Let's get a slightly better pick. And let's go see about getting some element veins. Because it's the freaking weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I apparently need some wood. I turned all my wood into charcoal. There's some wood. Yeah, so we're gonna get a slightly better pick here. Where did I try and look for wood? We're gonna turn this bad boy on. We're gonna make one of these. And then I need to get some organic poly so that I can repair some of this stuff I got here. Let's withdraw a stack. Let's withdraw a stack. Oh, there we go, withdraw a stack. I think that should be enough. Oh yeah, that's way more than enough. So we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves a little organic poly. Let's check. This still seems to be open, but I have a feeling when I teleport over here, this is gonna be offline. So yeah, that's really interesting to me. Because apparently you can now teleport and I don't know if this was intended, but it seems to me that you can now teleport to teleports that are offline by having an online teleporter to teleport from. You just can't use it to teleport away. I don't know if that's always been a thing, but it seems to be a thing now, which honestly is kind of great and fairly useful. But yeah, let's throw out our mana armor here. And let's go see about killing some stuff for some corrupted nodules. And we're just going to do this to get us the organic poly that we need to go ahead and repair our ghillie. Because that'll keep us cool out here in the wastes and we won't die. So repair that, repair that, repair that. And we go ahead and equip. And equip. Oh. I just got smooshed. All my gear that I just repaired just went kaput. Oh man. It's funny. That's so funny. I got smooshed hard. It landed right on top of my head. Alright. Well, that was fun. And I need just a little more organic poly to repair the other one. Oh man. That's good times right there. That's real good times. I really wish Party Wizard was here. Somebody should clip that for me. Somebody should clip that for me. If you don't, it's right at the beginning and I'll just go clip it later, but that's goddamn funny. When the ARK gods don't want your gear to get repaired. Ooh. A lot of corrupted nodules. Alright, let's repair this. Can I... Do I have what it takes to repair this again so it's full? There you go. We'll equip all these. Okay. Now I feel much better about my life. Let's go see about getting us some Ellie. Haven't done any Ellie farming in a while. We're back up to our 4.5x because it's the weekend. So definitely important for us to get some 10k nodes done. Yeah, we're just going to wander around out here. Hopefully find us a 10k node or two. There may be some bigger tribes running around doing this right now. If that's the case, then we may go ahead and postpone. Ooh, ooh. It only is a mutable melee level 1, but that's a level 130 Dreadnoughtus with a mutable melee level 1. That's pretty good stuff. You know what I've forgotten here? I actually need a regular spyglass so that I can actually see what tier these nodes are. So let's get ourselves a little bit of that, and then we're just going to find ourselves a crystal real quick. Lots of crystal out here, so it shouldn't be too hard to find us a little. I can't believe I got smooshed so hard. It's honestly kind of crazy. We just need, there we go, 2 crystal. We just want to craft one of these. And then it's just going to go over here in slot 6. Okay, there was just, there it is. I was about to say, there was just a freaking thing out here. That's a 25k. I'm not going to be able to complete that one because I lost my car char to a giga. But we're just going to keep running around looking for our 10k node here. And something else we need to start considering is we need to start considering really building up a 50k node. So it doesn't really look like anybody's out doing this stuff right now because these nodes are still all full here. And these are much higher tier nodes that some of the bigger tribes would likely be doing. So it doesn't look like I'm going to be stepping on anybody's toes, which is good because they've all got way bigger feet than me and they just squish me like a bug. But something else we need to start considering is trying to get ourselves some lines set up. And I don't really have a great way to be able to do that because I don't have the tech binos. I really do need to try and get that done. Uh, I need to start considering, and they just need to be basic lines, right? It doesn't need to be, like Rex lines or anything like that. Honestly, the first thing I should do is probably try and go ahead and get a Pteranodon line. If I could get, say, 50 points in stam, weight, melee, and health on some Pteranodons and just be able to breed out, level 200 plus Pteranodons with those stats in those levels, that would be honestly kind of crazy. Um, so that'll be something that I need to look into as well. And that's just all about aiming a shiznit load of the creature in high levels and calling it a day. Um, but yeah, let's just make sure we get ourselves some Ellie here. You have a slightly better pick. Hey, what's up, Asgorath? How are you? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you enjoying your time in Extinction? Or are you playing Extinction? The 25k node, unfortunately, can't do that. Only I still had my Jar Jar. Do I know who you are? No, I don't think I do. Oh, are you from my server? Nice. Well, welcome to the channel. Are you solo like me, or were you with one of the tribes? Oh, you were the person riding around on my Quetzal the other day. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. We uh we actually had some good fun with that over on the channel. It was pretty entertaining. Protective too. That actually might not be half bad on a Dreadnoughtus either. Or to have Protective 3, but good times. This server, I have a low level dread that I tamed, level 25 that I tamed up just for the sake of actually doing it. But when I did it, apparently the Dreadnoughtus thing was still glitched. And I haven't seen anything about them fixing the glitch. So honestly, I could probably tame a higher level one pretty easy. Because while this Managarmer isn't outstanding, it's not bad. So I could probably just get a higher level one on like a 25k node. There's a 130 over here. Um, this might interest your tribe. I think it's a little out of my league. And I'm not going to try it. But it doesn't have a really high level one. It's mutable melee level 1 on that 130 there. Might be of interest to y'all. And there's a 50k node way over there on the east side of the city that you might be able to get it to. I'll get myself a higher tier dread at some point. Not really concerned about it right now. I was mostly just looking for element, but it doesn't look like there are any 10k nodes out, so I'm gonna go gather up some other resources for now, and we'll go back to looking for 10k nodes later. Have y'all been able to get everything that you need off of the server, like all of your lines and stuff like that for Volanosaurs and Managarmers and all that? You haven't been having trouble with anything? Oh, I think I've been talking to myself. Thanks for the follow. Um, yeah, no, I have a dread. I have a low level dread. Um, I tamed I don't know, a couple of days ago, but things were still glitched, and I imagine things are still glitched. But what I was trying to explain to you was that dread that I spyglassed up there, I'm not worried about it, Asgarath. I'll find one and I'll get it all tamed up. It's kind of an interesting tame method, so honestly, I think it's fun to show here on the stream. I'm sure I'll be able to get myself a decent one. But I appreciate the thought. But there is that 130 over there with the melee mutable level 1. I don't know what kind of stuff y'all have for breeding for your dreadnoughtuses, but you might want that melee mutable trait off of that 130 over there. I don't mind doing trades, Asgarath, but I try and pull my own weight, you know? I want to just be freeloading off everybody. So if you can think of something that I have that you really need that you want to trade for a Dreadnoughtus, then we can do that. I also know why you can't write in the global chat. You have it deactivated. Oh, I have deactivated my chat? Where do I go to turn that back on? Gotta be in the UI, right? I could have sworn I looked. Oh, chat filter. No one. That makes sense. All right. Hmm. That that makes sense. Okay, so I just turned everybody off. Hey, I can see you now. Honestly, it's probably better for me to have it turned off because you never know. Somebody might come in here and start dropping F or dropping some unsavory words. All right. Cool, cool. Well, now I can talk to everybody. Ain't that nice? Thanks, Asgarath. That'll probably end up getting turned off at some point in the future again, but at least now I know where it is so I can toggle it a little. I wonder if there's like a console command or something that I could use. to make that faster. Or maybe I'll just come up with something that I can put in that corner on the stream so that if anybody decides to start being a bigot or something, then it won't show up on my stream. We'll see. We'll see. Throw out that Anki. And let's go get some obsidian. Let's go to the hop. Oh, baby, let's go to the hop. I feel like a real part of the local community now. Solo and Smalls. Yeah, I am crazy. Skeletal, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I've actually really only ever played solo small tribes in ARK for the entire 5+ K hours that I've spent playing this game. And it is easily one of the most aggravating things that I've ever done in my life. But I don't play well with others, and so I don't really have a choice. I love this game, so I just keep grinding away at it. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Love to see the new faces in the chat. Get away from my Anki. It's all good, though. A little insanity never hurt anybody, right? Good for you. Builds character. So many loud noises outside. What about you, Skeletal? You playing with a tribe, or you playing on Extinction? Oh, gathering resources on the weekend is so much better than gathering resources on the weekdays. Holy crap. I really took all of that time where we had 4.5x during the Winter Wonderland event for granted. Like, really took it for granted. Now I can't wait for the freaking weekends, man. So nice. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. Did you just spit at me? That guy's a dickhead. We get bonus reduction here on the RG. Actually gonna take all that obsidian off. Put it over here so we can pick up a little more. Before heading back. Because there's so much obsidian and so much chitin available on this map, it really is just easier to just go ahead and make your own poly. You know, for little stuff like I repaired my ghillie and stuff earlier, you're gonna need some organic. And if you're just trying to make something real quick, it's definitely faster to go get, 15 or 20 organic poly. But if you need a whole lot, as you typically do in this game, you're just going to be better off, especially with Extinction out now, farming it up the old-fashioned way. Yeah. All right, we'll get this nice big patch here and that small patch right over there. That'll probably be good. Give us a couple of thousand poly worth of obsidian. It takes 2,000 obsidian to make 1,000 poly, because it takes 2 to 1. So... May need to go ahead and transfer what we have here over. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to do that. Definitely going to need to do that. We'll get these last 2 obsidian nodes here. Get everything transferred over and then get back. I also managed to make 2 additional grinders yesterday. So we're going to be able to get more resources grinded up. Primarily grinding stone into flint so I can make spark powder. So I can get some more freaking bullets. Because we are bullet poor. And that's how you die. Alright. Let's get all this back over to the base. It's nice to have some little outposts out and about. Be able to teleport around the map. I'm really looking forward to getting established on a map that I can transfer into and out of, though. Start having outposts on other servers and stuff. It's great to be on a server and feel comfortable on the server you're on, but it's really nice to be able to bounce around um, and at least feel like you have a place to retreat to. Oops, all this is over here on a lot of different servers. We're going to want to set ourselves up some outposts, do some scouting. We really haven't had an opportunity to do any sort of PvP or anything like that. And I'm starting to get a little antsy. Like I'm not a huge PvPer. I'm not like trigger happy, but it is something that I want to do sometimes, and just not really been a thing this playthrough so far. So we'll be looking into it in the future on some other servers. But yeah, good obsidian there. Couple thousand, about 2,250 obsidian worth, or poly worth of obsidian. So that's nice. We don't need the Anki for anything else, I don't think, right now. So we're going to break our Doed out, and we're actually going to go farm some electronics and stuff like that at the light posts. Ah, there it is. I was about to say, where's my imprinted Doedicurus? We've got it. So we're going to throw this bad boy out. We're going to go ahead and get me electronics for us here. Such a wonderful, easy way to get electronics. Ooh, a Dreadmare. So I don't have the Dreadmare DLC, and I will never get the Dreadmare DLC or the Pyromane DLC because that crap's pay-to-win garbage. I refuse. I don't think that it's even possible to play the game without Bob's Tall Tales. So I just kind of accept that as part of the price for the game. And I think if you're going to play the game, even if you're going to play solo, because Bob's Tall Tales adds things like the trait system and stuff like that that are so interesting, and they're full mechanical systems. I really just don't see any reason not to get Bob's Tall Tales. They honestly just shouldn't even allow you to play on the official network without it. It should just be part of the game. Bump the price up a couple of bucks, and and don't let people play ASA without it. It's too good. It's too interesting. Honestly, it's a really, really cool set of systems and a really, really cool set of updates that it really, really saddens me to see that they are giving people the option not to use it, right? Because it's such an intricate part of the game, especially because it exists on maps that you can get. So maybe if the Bob's Tall Tales DLCs were like the old DLCs where we would get a map and that map would give us like new creatures and new things, like, you know, you bought Genesis and then you got access to the quests or whatever on Genesis. So if you didn't buy Genesis, then there was no questing, there was no HNLA, there was no none of that, which I never bought Genesis on the original game. So I've never like used HNLA or anything. And so that never really affected me. But to be able to get on a map where Bob's Tall Tales exists and not be able to use it is really just a bad way to go about putting out that DLC. Um, and I think it's just generally bad for the game. There's just no reason not to have it. The trait system is so good. I mean, could you imagine going up if you don't have Bob's Tall Tales, so you don't have traits on your creatures, and you know you get this great creature that's maybe got a couple of mutations, and you know you end up going up against somebody's first generation line, and they've got like vampiric and heavy hitting and tenacious or something like that, and you just end up losing your nice mutated creature that took you all this time to this traded creature that's a first generation. Like, that would just be ass. The strength there is kind of insurmountable, and so you really just kind of have to have it. I don't think I don't think it's good form for wildcard to not just make it a part of the game, you know? Like I said, I mean, I don't mind paying for it as a DLC. That's fine, but don't don't let it be on maps where people who don't have it are constantly like told about it, but then don't get to use it, you know? I don't know. Their monetization strategy has been really pissing me off lately. I can't believe how many electronics you can get from these lampposts. Why have I ever made electronics? I don't feel like you got a bunch of electronics or nearly as many electronics from the lampposts in Survival Evolved. I remember getting plenty of electronics from the creatures, but that is Snail Games. Is that Snail Games or Wildcard? You know, I don't know. It may very well be primarily Snail Games pushing those monetization efforts, but Wildcard made the decision to publish through Snail Games. And maybe they didn't have a choice back in the day, because, um, maybe they couldn't get the game published anywhere else because they were a small little indie studio at the time and nobody really knew anything about them. And so they had no choice. And I don't know what kind of contract may have been signed. That's actually something that would be interesting to look into, is what kind of contract does Wildcard have with their publisher, Snail Games? Is ARK 2 going to get published by Snail Games? And if so, was that a decision that was made outside of an original contract? Right? Were they able to publish with a different publisher and chose to publish again with Snail Games before ARK 2? And if that's the case, or does Snail Games own Wildcard? I don't even know if that's true. Is Wildcard under the Snail Games umbrella? Or, what the exact deal is with their situation. Because there's a point at which, if Wildcard is not making a decision to separate themselves from Snail Games, then they can no longer be shielded from responsibility by saying, "Oh, well, it was Snail Games' decision." Because ARK is an extremely popular game. It's an extremely well-known game in the survival PvP space, and I doubt that there are any publishers out there who wouldn't publish an ARK game. Right? Like, that would be kind of dumb. The ARK community is well established enough and resilient enough, despite, constant delays and constant glitches and all of that stuff, that it should be fairly easy to say, okay, here's the community we've got. Here's the revenue that was made from ARK 1 over the course of its 10 years or 8 years or whatever it's been. We're trying to put out ARK 2. It's going to be a slightly different game, but it's still along that same vein, and we are looking to get a new publisher for that. And I don't think they would have any problem finding a different publisher to publish that game, especially with their track record of monetization in the original ARK. They should be able to get even a Western publisher instead of, something like Cacao that would obviously want the same sort of monetizations. So, I mean, there just comes a point where you can no longer be absolved of culpability because you're still making the same choice to allow yourself to be used in that way when you clearly have an out. Now, if they don't have an out, right, if they have some sort of a contract that says, ARK is always in perpetuity going to be published by Snail Games, then A, they're stupid for ever signing that contract, but B, I understand now you can't get out of it. That was a decision that was made a long time ago, and maybe you just didn't have a choice at that time because nobody else would publish your game because you were such a new studio. And in that case, that sucks. And I feel bad for them. But if that's not the case, then, you know, you're just as responsible as anybody else. You continue to let it happen. Okay, you can hit the lamppost now. Stupid little roly poly. Freaking dodes, man. Freaking dodes. Always trying my patience. Just free electronics, though. This is great. You can definitely get more black pearls, or not black pearls, more silica pearls than maybe you're getting electronics here. But because you also need metal, holy crap, dude, can we please hit the damn thing? But because you also have to get metal, just getting the electronics straight up like this is kind of better, I think. Especially here on Extinction. That might not be true later when you could like go do your metal run on the center and then go do your pearl run on like Crystal Isles or some shit. Then it might just be faster to make the electronics. But for right now, especially being on the center and metal being kind of a pain in the ass resource on the center because there just aren't a ton of really close nodes. And you end up just having to travel quite a bit to get a good run of metal. Really makes the electronics thing much better and really saves a lot of metal. In just thousands. I probably saved 10 or 15,000 metal over the course of the playthrough this month. Honestly, can't believe that we've been on this extinction server for over a month now. A little bit crazy. You can just put the dust in your inventory and turn it into unstable element while you farm to save weight. Yeah, I would normally do that, Skeletal Neil, but I want to take the dust to other servers because I don't have really good boss dinos right now. Um, so getting element on other servers, this is the only server I'm on right now. I started this character with the extinction drop, and so I don't have like another base somewhere else where I'm doing boss runs and stuff like that. So I need the element dust to be able to take to other servers to make element for, powering generators and stuff like that as I try to establish myself on another server. So I just keep the dust as is so that I can do that. But yeah, otherwise I would totally do that to save weight. But since you only get 20% of the dust back from element, it's not really economical to turn element into dust to take over to other servers. I had a center server until a couple of days ago, um, and I had found a good one of the viewers had showed me a good base spot, and I was getting established in there, and then somebody came and meshed the base, blew up my generator and all my heavy turrets. So we'll be going back to that base probably, but we won't be going back until we make like 100 turrets. And we're just gonna put a shitload of internals, and hopefully that'll be enough to deter at least most meshers. But we'll see. We'll see. They used the enforcer to mesh my base. They actually came into my chat and told me like, "Hey, watch out for the enforcers. That's how I meshed your base." I was like, "Great, thanks. You're a dick." Farming resources is so relaxing. Really is one of my favorite parts of the game. This dode also has a bit of waste bearing. So it actually gets a little over 50% weight reduction on my element dust. So each stack is only costing me 23 weight, which is pretty nice instead of the normal 50. So I should be able to get like a pretty fat farm from the light pulls. I don't think I'll slot cap, obviously, but should be able to get myself a nice little bit. Got one level 2 and 2 level 1 waste bearings. So 62.5%, I believe. No, 52.5. Yeah, 52.5%. Would be great if I could get it all the way up to 90%. And each pile of dust only costed me 5 weight. That'd be kind of insane. If you could get 60% on your minerals, because I think that's right, there's plenty down here too. I'm pretty sure that crystal is part of the mineral bearing, if I'm not mistaken. So if you could get 230s on mineral bearing and then 330s on waste bearing, or honestly, it might be better to do 330s on mineral bearing and 230s on waste bearing. Not 100% sure. But you could auto farm these for a hot minute without actually having to jump off, which would be super awesome as a solo to be able to do. But I guess if you got 60% on the dust, whoops. Okay, where am I? Uh, 60% on the dust would take you down to like 20 weight per stack of dust. And 90% on the minerals would take you down to 10 weight on each crystal. So instead of the 2 swings that I normally get when I'm first starting out, get a whole lot more than that. Then you'd have a good reason to stack a whole lot more weight in your dode. I was gonna put weight in this dode, but I got to 1,000 and realized it wasn't really being that useful because I was constantly having to get off to throw out my crystal. And you really want, the point is to not need to get off of your RG as much as possible. But if I'm having to get off every 2 attacks anyway, then it's better just to get more per swing by pumping weight. Okay, you're in the fucking way. Let's drink this. Eat a bunch of raw meat. That was some interesting lag. Oh, come on. It's right there. Just smack it, dude. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. This game sometimes, they really need to change the Doed's hitbox. There's really no reason for it to be so small and such a pain in the ass to work with. Just let it be massive like the Yankees. You can hit anything with the Yankee. Oh, it's on the complete opposite side where I swing my tail from? Doesn't matter. Hitbox massive. I'm not really sure why the Yankees hitbox is like that and the Dode's isn't, but it is a constant point of frustration for me. That's why I always have like plenty of metal for everything, because I love going out and farming with the Yankee. And then I never have enough stone, and I never have enough of the, the stuff that you get with the Dode, because I hate it. Even if it's got a cool roly-poly mode. Megalania. What kind of Megalania are you? What level? Level 20 with an oxygen frail trait. Aren't you about as useful as a poopy flavored lollipop? Oh, oh no. Where'd my Archie go? Let's go get him, dude. Oh, wow. What the hell? Well, that was unfortunate. I did not see that coming. Pump pump. Oh, hide into bushes. Time to go home and get a new Archie. I'm gonna make you dance. It's your chance. Uh-huh. That's the one right there. Yeah, I've never really had to deal with um, megalosauruses like that. I didn't even realize they could pick up something as big as the RG. So that was just entirely unexpected. I would have fought harder to try and kill it if I thought that I was on a time frame there. I'm pretty sure I could have just whipped it and gotten it to drop my RG. I think that works. That's pretty funny. Yeah, but if I pump melee and get a sword, then I don't have HP or weight. Although, honestly, now that I've got tech legs and stuff, the weight is probably not terribly important. But I honestly probably need to go ahead and pump melee anyway, since I'm running around hand farming freaking element nodes. Oh, I don't have my gene thing. I really should just start bringing a gun and stuff with me. I mean, I have some decent pump shotties and shit that I could just run around with, but never bring them. I'm, I'm too safe on this server because nobody fucks with anybody. It's making me complacent. I'm gonna get onto a server where people are gonna start killing me and I'm not gonna know what the hell to do. Guess I'll just die then. I do very much prefer to be on a home server like this, where things aren't just constantly competitive. But when did you join this server? It was hostile at the start. I did join right at the beginning, from the very first day, and you are right. It was hella hostile at the start. I mean, probably the first week and a half, 2 weeks. It was pretty rough going, but there were a couple of times where I got sent back pretty much to just naked in the first week or so. And I'd just be trying to tame a PT butt naked with a crossbow, and some nerd would come murk me. But yeah, it was pretty rough early on. But I mean, that's kind of always been the case when I joined. So I only played the island launch. I haven't played any of the other server launches. I haven't even played the game since island transfers opened because I got meshed and it made me mad, so I quit. Um, and so the same thing happened on my island server because everything was super duper competitive at the start. And then a couple of the tribes that were just like kill on sighting everyone got raided out and left. And then the rest of us just kind of stopped attacking each other. They put even some of the big tribes that had some of the caves, um, or the artifacts, put public TPs in the artifacts, like right next to the artifacts, and then just close those areas off, and then put turrets outside of those closed off areas so that everybody could access the artifacts and stuff while we still had transfers closed. As soon as transfers opened, those artifact TPs got turned off. But oh, holy crap, my kit. Thanks, bro. Totally forgot. That would have made me so bad, so mad in about 2 hours when I remembered. So dumb. But yeah, I mean, we were all built up pretty massive. I mean, we had all that extra time. Because they didn't open up transfers or whatever for the island for like an extra month or whatever. It was kind of crazy. I wonder when transfers are going to get opened up for these servers. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What level are you? 114. You suck. The ab transfers opened a few days before the wipe. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Good to know. It's crazy that it was only a couple of days. It really makes these temporary servers a good place to build up a new character, though. Gives you plenty of time to get off. I can't. It was only like ever a month, wasn't it, on ASE that they kept servers locked? They've been keeping servers locked for a really long time. Yeah, because there's like fewer people and stuff that join these servers. I mean, they're a great place to come and get your lines started. They're a great place to, I mean, really, really useful to have these temporary servers. Especially if you're already established. Like, you know, you don't necessarily need to keep a base here because you already own a server somewhere. So it doesn't matter if everything you build here gets destroyed or not. That's something I really need to work on, is getting an ascension done so I can start having more levels to level up. Because I've been level 5 for a couple, or level 105 for a couple of weeks already. I'm just kind of wasting XP at this point. We have nothing else. We will quit again after this until the next release. Oh yeah? 4K, why? Are y'all waiting on a specific map, or you just don't like playing when the... Din Bobs. Okay. Got it. Got it. So just building up characters while you wait for the Genesis maps to finally release next year. Nice. I got to admit, I kind of wish they weren't um, putting out the Genesis maps on Ascended. I personally think that the Genesis maps were super bad for the game, and I hate them. God, I hate farming on Dodix. That makes sense, though. I mean, if Genesis is the map you want to play, it's definitely a good idea to have a character built up before then. Just don't do like I did. So I had a character that had the island ascension done, but I left it on the server it was on, and then that server got deleted, and so my character went poof. So when Extinction came out, I was trying to get back on that character and had to end up starting all over because I couldn't get it. It was a sad day. What do you got? Numb. Not useful at all. Yeah. As long as you find a good spot to leave them, or leave them in the upload. Leave them dead. Although I am a little weary of the upload. Oh, really? Well, that's interesting. I imagine they probably still do. Maybe that's what happened to my character. Maybe I accidentally left it in the upload. I don't know. All I know is I couldn't find it anymore. And I was a big sad. Miss my tech binoculars. Bop. Hello? Really? Okay. That's bullshit. I've been living for the weekend. No, not anymore. I can't wait until Crystal Isles comes out and we get the Trophy Ignathus again. Y'all don't even realize I am going to jetbird the shiznit out of everybody. I miss the Trophy Ignathus so much. I like taming them. I like flying them. I like fighting on them. But I'm just gonna let something brand new happen to me. And it's alright. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Bright lights in the big city. Will you stay until the end of the wipe here? Yeah, probably, Skeletal. I want to get a base that's not here established. Um, so that I can get like my important stuff off before the wipe. But it's just too convenient to farm resources and stuff here right now. And I imagine that once transfers open before the wipe, all hell is going to break loose. And so it'll be fun to defend my little rat hole and stuff like that if people from other servers come over, or people from this server or whatever try to attack it, or just whatever happens. But my big focus right now is just grinding out materials so I can establish a really good base off-world so that when that happens, I don't lose everything. I don't mind losing some stuff, but I would prefer not to lose everything. But I assume when transfers open, there will be a huge influx of players coming to try and wipe bases and stuff like that. And that'll be a heck of a lot of fun, I imagine. Really? That's strange. That, to me, seems like a better time to PvP. No fobs at all, really. That's crazy. Because that to me seems like a much better time for the PvP to take place. What do you mean worried about losing their characters? Was there a problem with the ab transfers? Deleting characters, or? You just mean the transfers are kind of... Oh, cage 'em. That's never happened to me before. Oh, I get it. I get it. That's interesting. That's really interesting. See, now that makes me not want to stay. We used to hold characters the whole ARK wipes. Jeez. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. There's a really easy way that they could get around that. If they would just upload characters that are on servers when the wipes happen, then that could totally be avoided, and it should be avoided. Because that's a shitty way to lose your character. Ooh, a bee. It's a bee. Hang on. I'll be right back, bee. Get that bee. Yeah, no, that's super shitty. I definitely don't want to lose my character that way. I'm just going to go over here to these beaver dams and get them. Surely there's a beaver dam or two. I think those defense units took out all the beavers. I also think that somebody's an asshole. Gotta clean out your fucking beaver dams, y'all. What the hell? That shit ain't funny. Alright, I blame you, Skeletal. It's your fault. That you did it. Heavy hitting Anki. Oh, there's another Anki back there. Giant slaying. Oh, this one actually has beavers. Uh-huh. That's what a person who was not throwing out the wood would say. I'm just saying. Hey, what's up? Oh my goodness, this one too. I'm gonna fight somebody. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. And away he goes. Did I check this one? I don't think I did. Plant bearing. Well, what the hell, Anki? What the hell? Time to go tame us a bee. Buzz, buzz, buzz. We got chemtrails. Woohoo! Gotta be. Now I have 2 bees. Magic, magic, magic. Magic, magic, magic. Man, we are getting a whole lot of electronics and a whole lot of cement or element dust. This is going to be a long ass farm. We're only about 2/3 of the way full. We probably got a good 15 minutes left of whacking things here. Probably need to go ahead and do some more chitin farming. Take our megatherium back down in there. I really wish that that stupid cave wasn't broken. That would be super great. Fortunately, that is not the case. Okay. These platforms are so freaking janky. 105 skeletal. Been being a bum. Oh yeah, I'll have to look those up. Is there a storage box right here? Holy crap, there is. Night Stalkers. Just have some random storage box over here. That's hilarious. I know that the Night Stalkers are still around on this server, but I pretty much since day one barely even seen those fools. I don't go down in the Sunken Forest unless I'm taming something. They're down there. Yeah. Yeah, I saw their big old base down there. They are. They have like a massive base down there. I'm with you though. I don't really go down there. I did just recently set up a teleport down there so that I could go get some wood down there because I had been farming wood at my other teleport and that just wasn't the play. But honestly, I don't really go down there all that often. I have way more charcoal than I need compared to how much spark powder and stuff I have, so gotcha. Nice. Yo, is that purple? Check that out. I love that purple head. It's too bad the whole back of it isn't that color, but that's dope. That's real dope. Even got it on the fins and stuff. That's nice. Need stamina. And they're gone. Use a wood gotcha, huh? Yeah, I think I underestimate how strong the gotchas really are. I've been using a pair of black pearl gotchas to get black pearls, but that's really all I've been gotchaing. But I mean, I can get a couple thousand black pearls in no time, which is kind of insane. Getcha wood, metal, dust, poly, and black pearls. Wow. And stone. Yeah, I don't have a dust one yet. I need to get like a male female pair of dust gotchas would be nice to take to whatever server I go to so that I can just produce Ellie that way. Would be real nice. Just start breeding them, the production on babies. Yeah, yeah. I've bred a couple. I've got a couple of babies that I still haven't raised that have some resources that I think I might want. But I just need to break some time out or block some time out where I can do that. I still play like 8 to 12 hours a day, but just being by myself just doesn't seem to be enough time. Yo, what's up, CNT? How are you today? Yeah, I was reading something the other day, Skeletal, that was saying that they'll just eat air. So you could just put them like away all by themselves and they'll just eat air, which seemed really weird to me, but what else? I am doing fantastic, CNT. Fan freaking tastic. Yeah, you have just have them away from tame so they don't eat shit. Interesting. Well, maybe I'll put some time in that. Got kind of an open base location for my smelters and stuff. So maybe I'll put some time into doing that like off screen and see if I can't get some good stuff. Just sit over there with them. And I mean, I could even like feed their parents stone and stuff and gather resources while I do it. Watch a little TV or something. That seems like a good idea. That's a lot of spiders. Like, oh yeah, absolutely. I have a pair of black pearl gouges, CNT, and so I can get a couple thousand black pearls in a day pretty easy. Even in just a couple of hours, just sitting there with them. It doesn't even take very long. My black pearl situation is pretty good right now, but like I don't have any Ellie dust gotchas, and I planted some Y species, but I haven't been feeding them to my gotchas. And so I really need to do that too. And, feed some pellets and some Y species. And see if I can't get some random pieces of gear and stuff like that to either throw in the grinder to get some random materials or whatever. So much better than farming them. Gen 1 is also easy to get by pros. Yeah, there's no Gen 1 on ASA yet. But that is not an option. Thank goodness. Feels like there should be a base location there. Okay, I think that is enough element dust and electronics farming. We're most of the way full up here. There's a couple of light posts here. Might as well get these. I had to get my first few black pearls from just killing dinos because I wanted to get some linked storages so that I could farm a little easier because I live in a crouch and I didn't have teleporters yet. And that shit was a nightmare trying to get 120 black pearls from killing dinos. But I did it. I freaking did it. Hmm. What's your favorite Titan appearance wise? Probably the Ice Titan. I like the big hulking monster look. I've never really been a fan of giant tree creatures like the Ents from fantasy stories and stuff like that. Just never really interested me. I don't know. That's just not really my thing. And flying creatures have never really been my thing either. Once there we go. I like quite a few of the flying creatures and stuff um, in ARK, but I don't know the hulking flying creature. is just kind of weird to me. But I really like the way the Ice Titan looks. None of the Titans are really that exciting to me, though. They're not. I don't know. I think they're too different from the rest of the game that when I see them, they kind of take me out of ARK. And I don't really like that. I honestly think that the Titans probably should have never been introduced, but whatevs. I think they would have been fine maybe just as bosses, but having them as like these weird tameable things, like the concept of the 24-hour tame is cool, but in practice it's a little, I don't know, a little silly, I guess. Although that may just be because I'm solo, so I never get to tame them. I never have tamed them. I have seen the Oasis, or I haven't tamed one, but I have seen them. Desert Titan is easy to tame, yeah. And honestly, one of the most useful. I also, like, I think the Oasis is cool, um, but it kind of doesn't have any functionality because of how open it is, because you can't really defend it. I don't know. It's another one of those weird ones, you know? Because it's kind of like a gigantic Quetzal. And so you can just do the same thing you would normally do to Quetzal Raid with the Oasisaur. That's too bad. That's too bad. The only functionality it has in PvE is bringing dinos back, but you would only need it for breeders. Not really, since you just have mass breeds. Yeah. Um, it also gives you resources in PvE, which could be entertaining. But in honestly, in PvE, I think it has some value just because it'd be cool to build a base on one and just use that as your primary base. But hey, what's up, Twisty? Welcome back. Welcome back. Um, we made a center base and got ourselves into a pretty good position, and then uh, it meshed. So I have not gone out to go and make a new base yet. I'm going to get a whole 100 turrets first, and then I'm going to use the same base because he didn't destroy any of my actual structures, just my turrets and stuff, and took all my ammo. So I'm going to make 100 turrets, and then I'm going to slap a whole bunch of them down just everywhere in there. So that if somebody tries to break in again, they'll have to go through and clear, all of the turrets first. And then I'll drop a couple of generators so that you can't just blow up one generator. Um, yeah, honestly, it's because I don't really expect to get attacked. And if I do get attacked, CNTB, I'll probably just run away. Because this is, for right now, CNTB, this is my home server. And so I don't shit where I eat. So I have no intention of PvPing anybody here. And even if I get attacked, uh, unless I'm out, because I'm not going to be out specifically looking to fight, I'm going to be in a disadvantageous position anyway. Because, I'll be out on a creature that just isn't necessarily designed or leveled for PvPing. And there's not really a lot of point in trying to fight from that disadvantageous position. Might as well just get flak so you don't get killed while running, unless you're on a mana or something. So I wear the ghillie because it protects me from the heat, and so I'm not dying out there to the heat, because that's a more consistent threat to me right now than the other players on this server. I mean, I guess I could carry a secondary set that was flak in case I got attacked, but that just seems like way more effort than necessary to me. I don't have that much. I don't have that much element. But speaking of element, I do actually need to go and see if I can find a vein. Yeah, I can see that. Have you been attacked at all since you've been on Extinction? Also, how far are you into Wipe? Yeah, we've been on the Extinction server for about a month now, since the Extinction servers first opened. And for the first week and a half or so, things were pretty contentious. I got killed quite a few times and sent back to not having any tames and stuff like that. And I even got attacked in this base a couple of times. I used to have a cliff plat out here that I used to like unload resources and stuff, and I'd throw them through the crack, and then I'd throw them up to that vault right there. But some people came and attacked me, and they used the cliff plat to land a stego, and they were able to push a stego back through this mesh far enough that they could get my turrets that were put on players only to attack them through it, and it was shooting the stego instead. And so they were even being able to drain some of the bullets out of my player-only turrets. And so I ended up having to destroy that while they were on it. They were out here, like, riding their stego, trying to soak me. And so I just walked over and just destroyed the platform, and they all fell down. And, yeah. But things were pretty contentious for the first couple of weeks, but they've calmed down considerably in the last 2 weeks. Gas bag, yeah, so we did talk about that a lot, Skeletal. That's absolutely the next step I would take if I was online. But I was able to, I didn't have these tech turrets back then. And so I just had put a Volanosaur here that I could ride. And between my couple of turrets and my Volanosaur, I was able to just nuke down their stego. And then they would take it out to go heal it, and then I'd nuke it down. And I would have sat there and just kept doing that all night. But I was running out of food. No, I have not capped the turrets, Twisty. Not even close, honestly. They're kind of in a pathetic state right now. I've gotten complacent, and I was mostly working on making bullets, so I had almost 2k bullets in all of my turrets on my base on the center that got meshed. because that was the one that I was more concerned about. So I was putting all of my resources towards that. And, well, it got meshed. So poo poo on me, I guess. But no, I haven't capped these turrets. It is pretty ridiculous right now. They said they used, so the person who meshed me actually came into the chat and told me that they used the enforcer mesh to get in. And then I banned them because obviously. But yeah, it's pretty crazy right now how easy it is to mesh people. Only one tribe has tried to raid us on the server early on through a stego and a turret range, and it died in a few seconds. That was it. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of stuff going on this server, but because this is a temporary server, most of the tribes who are here are already established on other servers, and they're really just here for lines and uh, like gotchas and stuff like that that they need for resources. And so they're transferring a lot of their stuff um, to other servers, I think. So there's just not a lot to fight over, even. I also stay out of it because this is my home server for right now. Right? I don't have anywhere else to go. So I have no intention of fighting people on this server because you don't shit where you eat, right? And so I'm not trying to piss off people who know where my base is and who I'm naturally going to run into every time I'm doing anything on the server, because that's a good way to just get harassed all the time. Yeah, we used it on an ice cave 2 days ago. We got the accounts banned. Made ticket on ourselves because we were just seeing what caves the enforcers could get in. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. You could have avoided having to account ban yourself. Just go to single player and do it. Yeah, I mean, it's something they're just going to have to fix. It's in a terrible state right now. It cannot be allowed to continue. Hmm. Because you don't get like the server lag and stuff. I guess that's fair. On ASE, I was doing an Ellie vein and someone came in on a roll rat, destroyed it all. I was in disbelief. Yo, that sucks. That's funny though. They just roll cage in and hit it with the roll move. That's honestly kind of fucking funny. I turn my volume up real quick so I can hear them biting. The Thyla jump and Pyro dash be crazy on gens though. That's interesting. I didn't realize you could Thyla jump on a generator. And I don't know anything about the Pyro main because I refuse to buy that pay to win garbage. Pushing walls with them and a rocket launcher. Oh, because you just dash in and rocket? Okay. Okay. That's interesting. By interesting, I mean annoying. That's crazy. Online defense will be alright. Tech grenade launcher plus extinguisher grenades. Yeah, for sure. For sure the extinguisher grenades. So if it's extinguished, it can't do its teleport. Is what I'm getting from this. Fine. Since I haven't played ASA as much as I know Life ASE, not too familiar with some mechanics that they kept. Can you still do the snow owl thing where you dive down and land and then you take off and go Mach 25? Not as far as I know, but I am not terribly good at it. Um, but I don't think so. Because every time I've messed up my snow owl and dashed to the ground, I haven't been able to take off and be full speed again. But I don't know if there was like a trick to it or something that I wasn't doing. They have tried to clear up a lot of things in ASA. I could have sworn that they had put something out that said that they had gotten rid of grapple glitch. But just the other day, I feel like I grapple glitched coming out of my base. But I'm not 100% sure that's actually true. This was way back when the island was the only map on ASA. I could have sworn that they had put out something that said they fixed grapple glitch. I just got another ad after you finished. No, not as far as I know, CNTV. And yeah, but you gotta be a quick thinker for the... Plus the pyros. Don't dash your walls, Yeelings will run just as easy. Oh, okay, so you still can do the snow owl thing, Twisty? Yeah, I think that's the real big thing is it doesn't really matter if the snow owl thing works anymore. Okay, you can't. Okay. Um because they've got so many other good options. Can't push points into movement speed. Yeah, no more points in movement speed. But they've created so many good options for creatures that they can just use to run turrets that it almost doesn't matter that you can't do the owl thing anymore. You know, if pyromanes are just teleporting, like, who gives a shit about the owl? And then you got Yeelings are super quick, and you've got um coming up here real soon, we're gonna have Deinonychus again, which are gonna be insane. Did you have used the Theri Armadago dupe? No. Nope, nope. I didn't even know there was a Theri Armadago dupe. I refuse to cheat, Twisty. Ever. No matter how easy it is, no matter how common it is, I refuse to do it. Can it teleport through gaps that its body can't fit? I honestly don't know, CNT. I don't own the Pyro main because I refuse to buy the pay-to-win individual creatures. So I don't have the Dreadmare or the Pyro main because that's absolute garbage monetization and I refuse to be a part of it. Death before dishonor. I refuse to cheat, but if the dev's gonna fuck up, I'm gonna abuse it. I mean, it's the same thing. That sentence doesn't even make any sense to me. We bought it for years on ASE smalls. Gross. Gross, gross. No third-party software, etc. Oh, okay. So, I mean, but that means that, in your opinion, meshing is okay, and duping is okay, and like anything that doesn't require third-party software that I would absolutely consider cheating is fine if your only stipulation is no third-party software. So the theory you could put infinite points into melee and do one node for 30k LE. Oh, dang. That's crazy. Oh, not infinite points. I mean, it is cheat. If it's exploiting, it's cheating. Like, what are you talking about? Those two words are synonyms. What do you mean that's not hurting other players? If you have 30k LE and I only have 1k LE, like you've put me at a significant disadvantage. It means you can fly around on tech suits when I can't because you have more LE available. It means you can have more tech replicators, which means you can more quickly put out resources like bullets and backup kits. I mean, we didn't mesh or dupe and never bought it until Gen 2 came out. That Space Dolphin forced us to. It was impossible to leave the base. Cheating, I feel like, is more third party, and exploiting is using the bug in the game. I might be wrong, but I don't play on ally servers, so I don't fight any server and can't transfer LE. But you can transfer LE because you just turn the LE into dust and then turn the dust back into LE. I mean, if you have 30,000 LE, then that's, I mean, that's an insane amount of dust. You get 20% back. So what's 30% or 20% of 30k is 6k. So every node you can take 6,000 LE to any server you want to. That's absolutely bonkers. The only time I think exploits are acceptable is when they're unavoidable. So, for example, it is impossible to tame a Dreadnoughtus without getting the glitch that makes the enemies just stand still. Right? So if you try to tame a Dreadnoughtus, it's going to have the enemies stand still. So the only solution for that is to not tame Dreadnoughtuses. And obviously you can't just not tame Dreadnoughtuses, right? They're one of the capstone creatures of this map. They're super cool. You need to start your breeding lines. You need to do all that. So you have to tame Dreadnoughtuses. And so since you can't tame a Dreadnoughtus without triggering that glitch, then that's not exploiting. But you can, for example, just not use a Theory to harvest your nodes. And so you can still do your nodes and then just not use a Theory. They are heavy exploitable though. The Dreadnoughtuses are exploitable. I mean, I don't really know anything about the Dreadnoughtuses. I have one. I haven't made a saddle for it though. So you can put Tesla coils. Can you put Tesla coils on any of the other? Because that's kind of crazy. Is that intended functionality though? Got it since you can't drop any other turret on him. Just realized the man's breath looks so much better on ASE. It does look better on ASA. I mean, everything looks better on ASA. If they had upgraded to Unreal Engine 5 and things didn't actually look better, like that would just be ass. Need my stamina back. That's something I might have to look into. If I could put a Tesla coil in my Quetzal with my Dimorphodon turret, that'll be dopest. Manas are probably my favorite dino, ASC pre-nerf. Even the concept is my favorite. Well, yeah, of course Manas were your favorite dino pre-nerf. They were freaking ridiculous. Oh, look at me. I do the most damage at the longest range with the fastest movement speed. I'm every best dino all rolled into one. When Manic Armors first came out, they were the most busted trash. Only thing I hate about ASA is it's copy-paste ASC with upgraded graphics and pay-to-win microtransactions. Yeah, we definitely got posed when it came to remaster. Like this is not a remaster at all. It's a joke, and I hate it. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. The expectation was not the reality. I do appreciate that as we've gotten further into the new maps, that they seem to have put some work into changing the map's layouts a little bit. and doing a little bit of work on making things just generally better about the maps. But I don't think that they were very honest about what we were getting with ASA when they launched it. And I think they did that on purpose because they knew that people wouldn't pay a full box price for what they were ultimately intending to give us. But they needed to be able to put out those pay to win DLCs because those things just make a lot more money per time. I mean, the amount of time it takes to make a single dino like the Pyromane or the Dreadmare is significantly less than old dino releases when they used to be attached to full map DLCs. And you're still getting, that $5 or whatever per person who goes ahead and buys it. So they are making considerably more money per money invested when it comes to those things. So I'm pretty disappointed in the whole monetization of ASA. I still think it's a lot of fun. I'm going to keep playing it because I like the way it looks and I like the game in general. But I will be abstaining from some of the more egregious pay to win things that I see come out because I just can't participate. Not necessarily Twisty because UE5 makes it so much easier for devs to optimize. I mean, does it though? Because the optimization of this game has still always been pretty garbage. I mean, I know recently it's gotten quite a bit better, but oh, shut up. Go away, spider. What really kind of geeks me about the Manic armor is that this ice breath doesn't hurt the OSDs or the element veins, which is hilarious. How much LE you get out of these nodes? When it's on 4.5x, I'm going to get like 100 to 150, usually with a primitive pickaxe. I actually have a better pickaxe this time though, so hopefully it'll be more than that. I was always bummed about no movement speed, but now that I think about it, it's an amazing change. Yeah, so I don't think people really understand how strong movement speed is as a stat in any action-based combat system. You just can't beat the value that you get from a defense perspective that that speed gets you from pretty much any other stat. So not being able to put points into speed is extremely important in this game. I mean, PvP engagements in ASE were just freaking cancer because everybody had 170% movement speed. It was stupid. I just use my hands, Wisty. I don't use a Theria or a Mantis. I tried to get a Mantis, but the desert cave is broken right now. So the Mantis that you're able to spawn doesn't even spawn. But the Mantis you're able to tame doesn't even spawn. So I just don't have a Mantis. And I actually don't have a Theria either right now. I just do it with my hands. But the cave is just straight up broken. the only place where anything is spawning is in that central room area where there's the big metal floor. That's the only place where anything is spawning right now in the cave. Because it's just bricked. Mantis is still crazy because it's probably my number one, especially if they're still good. I haven't used a Mantis in ASA yet, but I would assume they're still really good. You still have all the same for all creatures though. Gigas and Karcher spawning under map most of the time. I didn't realize the Gigas and Karchars were spawning under the map. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean AS or Extinction has been pretty big bricked with the spawns in general. I remember the first couple of weeks I was having a really hard time just finding high level Argentavis. I spent days searching for a high level Argentavis, and the highest one I found was like 115. Now every time I turn around, there's a 145. Just chilling, but I couldn't find shit early days. Felt like it was taking forever for them to spawn. I never really had trouble finding metal. Of course, this server never got above like 35 people at a time. Messed up the difficulty for sure. Everything was, yeah, I think so too. It was really hard to find good creatures early days. No, I do think that they've fixed it because I haven't been having a problem in a couple of weeks now. But there were a couple of days there, or a couple of weeks there, where I was like, okay, this is ridiculous. How am I supposed to play this game? Where are the last two creatures? I do. I do, Twisty. I wasn't gonna buy it, but the trait system and the Steam Forge and the Mega Lab and all that stuff is just too strong. That honestly, I don't even think you should play the game without Bob's Tall Tales. I don't even think you could compete, especially if you're playing PvP. Checking cartridges, they never spawn. Yeah, I have, Twisty. I have. There was one yesterday. There was a level 10. Um, I don't know if it's still around. Yeah, no, it's gone. MTS in its prime was my favorite. I just never liked the pay to win. I love the PvP up till MTS turned to shit. Yeah, I played like early days on MTS. Like in their first 3 or 4 seasons, I played and had quite a bit of fun. But I just don't like having the drastically increased rates and stuff. I would prefer to have a slower experience. I don't I don't like necessarily having the constant PvP that a lot of the unofficial servers come with. I prefer to have more infrequent PvP and then to have these moments like this where you're just kind of running around doing PvE stuff, grinding out, farming. Those things are all fun parts of the game to me. And when you play on a lot of the unofficial server clusters, if you're a person like me who likes to farm and do stuff like that, you kind of just become fodder for the people who want to snowball by raiding. Um, and that's just not entertaining for me. So, Bob's Tales is a DLC heavy pay to win, but unplayable. Absolutely. Absolutely. I honestly I don't even think that they should sell ASA without being bundled into Bob's Tall Tales. I don't think it should be possible to purchase the game without purchasing Bob's Tall Tales. Because it's even for solo, like single players, um, I think that Bob's Tall Tales is too important because the trait system just gets you out in the world more and makes the game more fun. So it just needs to be a core part of the game. It needs to be something you have to buy. Maps for pay, I feel like, is more fair. Um, but tames and items made it suck. Yeah, so, even when you had maps in ASE that were paid DLCs and they were added to the official cluster, they did it in a way that was really, really consumer positive. Because even if I didn't buy the map, if I killed somebody who had a cryo with the tame, I could get the tame. If I had a teammate who had the map, they could go tame the creatures and bring them back, or make the structures or the weapons or whatever, and allow me to use them. Um, and that was a really positive way to go about putting out that DLC. So you could still be involved, you could still play the game, even competitively in the PvP, no matter what. But they went about this model now where A, all of the creatures that are in those DLCs that I don't own are still on the maps that I am. So I see dreadmares all over the place. But even if somebody else were to tame a dreadmare and give it to me, I couldn't ride it. Right? If I steal a dreadmare from my enemy, I can't use it. I can't do anything with it because I don't own the DLC. And that's an extremely consumer unfriendly way to go about that. Because they're putting that stuff in the official server network and saying, you know, this creature's and then the other thing is those are two of the most powerful creatures in the game also, right? Because obviously you're not going to spend $5 on a Moschops. That's never going to happen. So they have to be powerful. So they put them out without doing a really good balance pass on them. They're slightly overtuned. Everybody goes, oh my gosh, you can't play without this creature. It's so strong, you have to get it. Everybody buys it, right? And then they go through and they balance it. So they ultimately reduce its power. And when they reduce its power, now you've paid $5 for the original version of the creature. And you've ended up getting this watered down version of the creature because they've had to balance it to make it fair for all the people who don't have the ability to use it because they didn't buy it. And that's just in fucking sane. And so I refuse to pay for the individual creatures like that. And I wouldn't have purchased Bob's Tall Tales, but it adds so many mechanics to the game. Like we've talked about, the tribe tower, the trait system, all that stuff. I don't even care about necessarily the creatures that come in Bob's Tall Tales, but just the mechanical systems that come with Bob's Tall Tales are too important not to have. And so I broke down and purchased it when people were telling me about the traits and the Steam Forge and stuff. And I'm all for that. I think that's a great DLC. Um, I think that's a great add to the game. Traits are an incredible way to get people out in the world, in the map, taming creatures all the time. Every tribe is spending more time out in the world taming now than they ever did before because they're looking for traits. And that's really good. What's the Dreadmare, or however you spell it? I quit before Aberration came out. So the Dreadmare is a flying creature. It's like a griffin that can cryo creatures. It has like its own personal cryopod, but instead of being restricted by needing a cryo fridge to use this cryopod, you can just throw the creatures out whenever the hell you feel like it. Um, so it's hella busted. It also has a fear. Um, it also has the ability to take away other creature buffs. So, like if you're UD buffing your soakers, somebody can use a Dreadmare to take away those UD buffs and to fear your soaker away. Um, they are pretty busted. And they're super fast. Like, super fast. So they have the same flying mechanics as a Griffin, but they're much, much faster than the Griffin. It's absolutely busted. I think people really underestimate. You also, seems like, I don't have one, but I watched a little bit of a video on one. It seems like when you cryo a dino with the Dreadmare's ability, you also cryo its inventory, but the weight of that inventory doesn't affect your ability to cryo the creature. So you could go and like totally load up an Anki, slot cap an Anki, and then stick it in a Dreadmare, and as long as it had the ability to cryo it based on drag weight, then it'd be fine. And you could just cryo up that Anki and take it with you. Totally full of metal. So it's a little silly. Oops. Wrong button. So it's a Pegasus cryo gun, cryo fridge, fast debuff, buff wyvern, base defense, and a lot more. Yeah, exactly. Well, and I think it's being sort of underestimated right now. People are saying that the Pyromane is significantly better, and I honestly don't think that that's true. I honestly think that just because of how much utility it has, that the Dreadmare is just significantly better for a lot more situations. The Pyromane may be stronger, but there are lots of strong dinos out there. There are not necessarily any dinos that are going to be doing all the things that the Dreadmare can. If it was able to pick up an Anki, it would completely replace the RG. Oh, for sure. I mean, because you can just throw the Anki in the cryo, it kind of already does. You lose a little bit of, so in PvP, you still get the cryo timer effect, I think. But, so that makes actually having it as the creature you're using to go and like farm nodes and stuff, kind of makes it ineffective for that. But it's honestly a pretty great creature from a utility perspective. And it has a really cool taming method. You can use a riot shield, shoulder mount the pyromate. Yes. Yes, you can. And that is absolutely busted, for sure. I I don't deny that in a combat situation, the Pyromane is absolutely better, for sure. But just from a everything you can do with it perspective, I think the Dreadmare just has more value because there are so many more situations that the Dreadmare will be useful in. But no, if you're just PvPing, fast is fast. Yeah, it is definitely faster than a Griffin CNTB by a not insignificant margin. The biggest deal is that it's fast when it's not diving. So most of the creatures like the Snow Owl and the Griffin and stuff that have the dive move, they're fairly slow when you're not diving. And so that kind of balances it out where you need to be doing this weird dive mechanic to maintain lots of speed. And so in a dogfight, you're not necessarily super fast compared to other creatures because you're not necessarily able to keep doing that dive and actually fight people. It becomes sort of a transport mechanic. But um, the Dreadmare is super fast when you're just beating its wings and flying, which is really kind of bad. I didn't get shit from this. I only have 18 element from this so far. This is booty cheeks. Griffin's Mantis and maybe a Giga are my go-to tames that I always bring with me. I love the Griffin. Yeah, I do get element faster from lampposts. If it didn't take so long to beat these freaking things, it wouldn't be a problem, but... Oh my gosh, I only got 36 from that? That is a travesty. Yeah, we're not doing that again. I got more than that the last time I did one of those on 2.5x rates. So I don't even know what's going on. It was just straight up gross. Drops for a good pick and get a Mantis. If it was possible for me to get a Mantis CNT, I would. It is not possible right now. It straight up will not spawn. So I'll go show you all what's going on in the cave right now. It is 100% bricked. I mean, this one's 167. I'm not that worried about it, skeletal. This is fine. I don't mind using what I have. But I was... So this is the first time I've ever used... thank you. This is the first time I've ever used a pick that was greater than primitive. And on all the ones that I've done before, when we were at 4.5 times rates, I've at least gotten 100 Ellie. And so I don't know... I don't know why I just only got 37 or 36. That's kind of insane to me. because I almost always get 100. And I've gotten as much as 150 before. So I don't know what just happened on that one, but I've never seen it be that low before. You might be able to Anki it skeletal. I honestly don't know. When I played ASE, I never really came to extinction, so didn't really do Ellie veins and stuff. So this is kind of my first go. But yeah, so this is what's happening in this cave right now. It's completely empty. And it's been this way for over a week now. And we've slowly just been like killing everything in here, and nothing is respawning. We're the same, we only came to farm drops later in the game. Yeah, exactly. Gonna buy the Greek map? I'm pretty pissed off about that, honestly, Twisty. I didn't realize when it first said they were coming out with the new map that they were going to put it on the official network. And the fact that it's only going to be 35% complete when it goes to the official network in February, um, honestly makes me pretty angry. So I don't actually know. ASE, those caves would be riddled with. Yeah, so that's. Yeah. Yeah, it's only supposed to be approximately 35% complete when it releases. So, CNT, normally this cave is riddled with all those creatures. It's just not right now because it's broken, and I don't know what happened to it. But this is the only place, right? The creatures spawn here, and so you can come in here and farm chitin still a little bit. But this is the only area where the creatures will actually respawn. And then everywhere else in the map, they're just all gone. And then a little bit over here, right here, they respawn too. But that's it. Yeah, so apparently, the new map is supposed to be like Fjordor, I think, where there's going to be multiple areas to the map. Um, and so what's happening is I think like the first zone or whatever is going to be available at full launch, and then the other zones aren't coming until later. But they said it's only going to be approximately 35% complete at release, which basically means that they're selling an early access map in a game that's already registered as early access, which is kind of out of control. You're the company that's making all of the profit off of these games. You need to be the people taking, right? But you can't tame that mantis. The only mantis you can tame is one that spawns over here. There's a mantis that apparently spawns right here on this little ledge, and it's the only one that you can tame on this map. The one game I'm looking forward to is Subnautica 2. You know, I never played Subnautica. I prefer to play like massively multiplayer um, survival games. I like to have other people around. But yeah, I am kind of looking forward to Dune. I might play some Dune. It'll really kind of depend. The channel's doing really well playing ARK, so I kind of want to just keep up that momentum and keep going with it. So, and also I already own ARK, so right? But will it be massive multiplayer like this? So there's a difference between like, me and my three friends can get on the same game and play Subnautica or, ARK where there's 700 people. AO. I do not play Rust, no. What is AO? Albion Online? Anarchy Online. No, I never played Anarchy Online. Did not, did not. It's going to be multi in Subnautica 1, but they cut it because of deadlines along with like 20% of the game. That's gross. Why would you do that? Yeah, the first MMO that I played way back during that time, Skeletal, and the game that I still think is probably one of the greatest MMO games I've ever played was Dark Age of Camelot. And I was all in on that. Was basically the only game I played for years back in the day was Dark Age of Camelot. And then I moved over to the original Guild Wars, and then played some Final Fantasy 11. I've played some Final Fantasy 14. I've played RuneScape. I've played Albion Online. I played a bunch of New World when it first came out. I played a little bit of Lord of the Rings Online. Never really got into that game. And I've played a whole lot of ESO. Like I've never played WoW and stuff like that. Like Warhammer 40k, but I don't know if I'll take on Black Desert and New World. The Warhammer MMO. I like Warhammer 40k, but I don't know if I'll like the game. Any of you tried it? No, I played the Warhammer MMO, and that was an insane amount of fun. Warhammer Online was great until it wasn't. Okay, you can stop following me now. Anarchy Online, WoW, Swoter, floated between MMOs. Spent a few years on Black Desert and New World. Yeah, I never played Black Desert, but I played the Shiznit on a New World. Had a lot of fun on there. Unfortunately, I had the most fun on the betas, and then some of the changes they made after the betas into the full release, I didn't really like. Like, I thought one of the greatest things about New World was the fact that you could PvP at any level, and that they sort of like equalized the players for PvP content, and so anybody could basically PvP anybody. And I thought that was really great. But then they took that away, and I thought that was really stupid. All right, can I please cryo my fucking creature? Oh, game. Don't make me uninstall you. You're 65 and you fight at 35, he will smack you up. Oh, they actually brought it back. Well, good. Because that was the best thing. I like the PvP for survival games, but I like MMORPGs. It's hard to find something that fits. Yeah, Skeleton, I'm looking for... there's a couple of games that I think are coming out that I think are going to be really interesting. Ashes of Creation, I think, is going to be good. I'm pretty excited for it, but that's years away. Um, there's Light No Fire that's coming out. I think is honestly going to be really, really good. And when that game comes out, I will likely play the ever loving crap out of it. I haven't ever played No Man's Sky, but based on what I know about No Man's Sky and what the expectation is for Light No Fire, I'm pretty excited about it. Um, let's see, Dune will maybe be interesting, but I imagine that game is actually going to be a shit show. Um, any game with fighting and some type of creatures, I'll play as long as I like the play style. I mean, I think that's. I really love mounts, but I really love this system of mounts where you're actually fighting on the mount. Um, so if there were games that had more mount systems similar to ARK, I would definitely play them. I mean, the whole concept of flyers picking players and other creatures, like just this pick mechanic, makes PvP and ARK insanely fun. This is, I mean, just outstandingly good. And so there's a couple of things that I think should get kind of standardized in ARK. Number one, I kind of feel like you need to take the tech suit away because specifically the jetpack part of the tech suit really fucks with things. But they had some really cool replacements for those. So grapples and gliders, I think, are much more interesting ways to maneuver on foot than jetpacks. And so aerial combat could be really, really interesting in this game if grapples and gliders were just permanent and you just always had access to them. So I was really excited when The Last Oasis came out because they had very much that system in place, right? Your grapple was really, really good, and swinging around on the grapples was really good, and you had the glider system. And so Last Oasis, I thought was going to be just an outstanding game. The problem is basically everything else about that game was trash. Their PvP system, their combat system was just kind of garbage. And if they had done a better job of having a good action combat system, Last Oasis would have totally destroyed ARK, would have completely put it into the background because that game was honestly super interesting, and had some really cool mechanics for traversal and stuff like that on foot. And I think it's really undervalued how important good traversal mechanics really can be. So I would love to see something that was maybe a little similar to ARK that had, some really, really good primitive traversal mechanics like grapples and gliders. Because the gliders in this game are super good. Grapples in this game are booty cheeks. Uh, I would like to see something that was. So I think Primitive Plus is great. Absolutely. But I think the big problem is that grapples in ARK are trash. And I think that takes away from the fun that would be had with those two things in conjunction. Because the gliders in ARK are actually really good. And I like the Sonoma crops. I like the aberration glider. I think those things are great. But the grapples really kind of ruin it because there's no ability to adjust momentum. There's no fun like web slinging kind of stuff. We need like a Spider-Man style grapple, and then I think things would be really interesting. I mean, for example, just here in this area of extinction, where you've got all of this crazy like tiered, multi-layered, interesting stuff going on over here. Yeah, so Cosmo is great, but he still has a very similar system to the regular grapple. I haven't actually tamed a Cosmo yet, so I don't really know exactly how the Cosmo works. But then you kind of run into a problem where like you couldn't use a Cosmo and a Sonoma crops at the same time, I don't think, right? They're both shoulder pets. Um, so it's possible that Cosmo is solving the problem that I have. And if so, I'll definitely look into it. But um, we need good systems like that because you know in an aerial combat fight, right? If you had a glider and a Cosmo, and somebody comes and picks you, and so you use Cosmo as a grapple to get off of them, and then you throw your glider on, right? You get your bird to chase you down or whatever. I actually used to practice with the glider to jump off of my creature and activate my glider, and then I would glide out and whistle my creature to follow me. And then I would turn on the glider and do a dive and come back up and actually get back on my creature. And I used to practice it all the time on Crystal Isles. And so aerial combat could just be made way more fun with better better person traversal systems. But we've been going for about 3 hours here, so y'all are gonna have to give me just a minute. I need to go heat up some tortillas so that I can have some peanut butter and jelly tacos. So I'm gonna teleport back into base here real quick, and I'll be right back. Yes, I am back with my tortillas. So CNT, I have a gluten thing. At least I think it's a gluten thing. I don't know. I haven't been able to eat bread or pizza or anything that has just regular bread in it for, I guess, about a decade now. Makes me feel really sick to my stomach and dizzy, and then I poop just over and over and over again for hours. So I don't eat bread anymore. But sandwiches of all types are delicious. And so I came up with a solution. I put basically anything that you would put on a sandwich on warmed up tortillas, and then I call them tacos. And I eat them, and they're delicious. So pretty much any sandwich you can think of, it is my contention that if you put it on a corn tortilla, it's just better. Peanut butter and jelly, regular old ham and cheese, like anything. I mean, I've never really liked bread in the first place, so it doesn't really bother me to not be able to eat bread. I have not tried sourdough bread. Yeah, but I'm not a big bread fan. Um, I don't like the ratios of most sandwiches because the bread is so overpowering to the rest of the flavors. So I prefer this anyway. But not being able to eat regular bread kind of made me think outside the box. And this is what I came up with. And specifically, I like to tell my stream about peanut butter and jelly tacos because, in my experience, nobody else has ever tried it. And it's fucking delicious. It's like an Uncrustable. I don't know if you've ever had an Uncrustable, but it's basically a homemade Uncrustable, is what it tastes like. I just throw my tortillas in the microwave. I wet my plate just a little bit, and then I shake it off so there's only a little bit of water. And you throw your tortillas in the microwave for 30 seconds, and that water kind of softens them up because it evaporates and like steams them a little bit inside the microwave. And so you get nice, soft, warm tortillas. Spread a little peanut butter and jelly on there. And then you roll them bad boys up. If you're not a big jelly fan, but you want something a little sweet that has some peanut butter in it, you could also throw a little honey on there, peanut butter and honey, with maybe like a banana or something. Also very delicious. I've been trying for a lot of years in my life. I drank a lot of soda, ate a lot of candy, just put way too much sugar in my body. So I've been trying to cut back over the last couple of years. And I've mostly gotten the sodas to where I only have a couple of sodas a week, like maybe one. And I've pretty much stopped eating candy. But I still get a pretty massive sweet tooth, so at least once a day I like to have some peanut butter and jelly tacos. It kind of satiates that sweet tooth a little. Mm. And they're so good. Mm. Yeah, so I'm from New Mexico. I don't live there anymore, but I grew up until I was 24, living 45 minutes from the border of Mexico. So I have had basically just really good Mexican food my entire life. We we also lived about an hour and a half away from Hatch, New Mexico, which is the green chili capital of the world. Um, so something that used to always happen was during harvest season, you would get the green chili roasters, and they had enormous roasting machines that were just these big, like wire contraptions that they would put over an open flame, and somebody would just stand out there and spin them around and roast green chilies fresh. And so the whole city would just smell like roasting green chili for weeks. Basically, every grocery store had somebody standing outside doing that. And as you would go in, you would tell them your order, like how many pounds of green chili you wanted. And then they would roast it while you were inside. And then you'd come out and you'd have like a little ticket or whatever. You'd go pay for it when you came out. You would just hand in your paid for ticket and they would give you your green chili. And so every year we had, super nice, fresh roasted green chilies. And, you freeze them up and they freeze really well. And then you pull them out, you skin them, and you just throw them on. So I've had really delicious Mexican food my entire life. Um, and now that I've gotten older, I've become a huge, huge wuss, and I can't eat hot foods anymore. So I actually stopped eating green chili. I'm a really bad New Mexican. My dad knows some really good Mexican and Colombian food. He was on his mission. He moved to Colombia. Ooh, learned extremely fluent Spanish. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Especially if you're not in an area where those things mix very often. Like if you're white and you speak really good Spanish, where I'm from, it's not really all that surprising because it's 45 minutes from the border of Mexico. But, if you go somewhere like super deep in the south of Mexico or somewhere where that's not a super common thing to have happen, then you'll definitely get some looks. What's really, really unfortunate is I lived 24 years near the border of Mexico. I don't actually speak any Spanish. Hmm. I could kind of understand if people are speaking Spanish to me, just because. Yeah, I figured he lived in Utah. That was my assumption. Because specifically, a lot of people who are Mormon live there. And when you said mission, I was able to tell that you're Mormon or he's Mormon. It's not nearly as common a practice with other. It's just not nearly as common a practice to go on mission outside of the Mormon church in Utah. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever known anybody in my entire life that was on a mission that wasn't from Utah. Not that it's never happened, but it's never happened to me. Like when you meet somebody in the military, there are like three states. I think it's New York State, Texas, and California, maybe? Like 80% of the people in the military are from those three states. And so you can almost immediately tell which one of the three somebody is from when you meet them, because obviously those three places have very different, um, like, accents and stuff like that. And so it's super easy to tell where, like, 80% of people from the military are from. It's hilarious. All right, it's time to get some more stone, because we need some more stone. So I honestly wish there was a god. It's just like, which one do you believe, you know? And also, your God even has a religion on Earth. Yeah, I don't, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God at all. Nor do I want to. I am very happy for there to not be a God. Do we have... Let's go get the stuff we need to repair this gear real quick, because... I need to not be taking heat damage. I very much like not taking heat damage while I'm out here doing my gathering. And let's get some fiber. Perfect. Perfect. Much as you dislike tech suits, it's definitely a better substitute than Gilly. I suppose that might be true. I just haven't gotten around to making even a full tech suit. I only have um, the legs right now because I need them to just move resources and stuff around. But I guess you're probably right that using one is a better solution than Gilly. It's a much more expensive solution, though. Um, and as often as I just wink out of existence and lose everything on my person, I don't know if I want to be risking a full tech suit. Because this game is busted as shit, and I like to go, like, investigate little corners and holes and stuff like that. And then I'll get inside the mesh somehow, or I'll get too close to the mesh, and the game will be like, haha, fuck you. And then I'll vanish. And I'll be sad. I lost my best man of armor that way. went into a hole and it was big enough for my mana garmer to go in. So I went in with my mana garmer and I was going to go explore. And I jumped off my mana garmer and then my mana garmer disappeared. And I tried to run, but I wasn't able to make it out in time. And so I disappeared too. I was a sad panda. Haha. You two stupid heads are trapped. Stupid heads. You saw it. I just now got 36 element from that stupid element vein. How the hell am I supposed to make a full tech suit? In the center, there were some mesh holes that would lead to the entire bottom side of the map. Farm gotchas. You know, you're right. I should get some more gotchas. I'm not wrong about that. Even one decent pair, I think, of element gotchas would probably be okay. $55 LE from gotchas since I joined your stream. Oh. That's what's up. That's almost as much LE as I've gotten farming. Well, I guess I've gotten about 130. Nope. About 105. So I've gotten almost twice as much as you farming. Like legit farming LE. Which makes me big sad. How many LE gotchas you got? So I know what I would need to match that. Because I could spend 3 hours a night watching TV, chilling with my LE gotchas. And 55 LE a day is more than enough for me. Three gotchas, two I got from someone here, the other from breeding. Nice. That's crazy. Yeah, so I mean, 2 sets of LE gotchas, rocking 20, 25 LE an hour. You can put them close together now? Really? I mean, it seems reasonable to me, CNT. I'm actually really glad, though, that they've come up with some different ways to do breeding in ARK. Because things like the Dreadnoughtus breeding system are really cool. The passive breeding system is really cool, where you just hand feed things. Um, the Dreadmare breeding system is really cool. Although it's pretty much the same as the Dreadnoughtus, just in a different location. The Rhini Ignatha breeding system is really cool. So I'm pretty happy that they've been, putting some effort into thinking up some new shit. But for a baseline, for the average creature to be a knockout tame, I'm cool with that. I think it's a good system. But yes, the person who thought of it is probably a little bit of a sadist. You will submit. The Dreadnoughtus is the giant ass Brachiosaurus thing. And the way you tame it is you feed it an element and it'll follow you. And then you lead it to an element vein and it'll start eating the element vein and trigger it. And the creatures will come to attack it and you defend it from the creatures in the element vein. And then once it's done eating the element vein and you're done defending it, it'll tame and be yours. And the more difficult an element vein you lead it to, um, the more taming effectiveness you get. The Dreadnoughtus here, I'll go show you one. There's one kind of near this location here. Let me just get this stone moved over to the other base, and then I'll show it to you. Oh no, I'm not close enough. 4K. 4K. It is not a healthy diet, but the Dreadnoughtus is a kaiju. Kaijus don't eat healthy things. What the hell? I officially hate this game. I don't know why it had to do that to me. Okay, we move forward. We grab our stones. We put them away. Thank you. Their grinder's going. Teleport back over here. Let's go look at the kaiju. You're in the way, Duty. Sometimes one spawns over this way, so we'll go check this spot first. And then we'll go to where that 130's at, see if it's still there. Honestly, if the 130 is still there, we might need to go ahead and tame it. It's got mutable melee level 1. And even though that's not great because it can get up to level 3, it's a dreadnought. So it's probably still worth it. Yeah, I don't see one over here. We'll fly over this way. It is a DLC. No, it's not. The Armadago is the Bob's Tall Tales creature, so no. It is just the creature for extinction. I believe from the creature vote, if I'm not mistaken. Honestly, there's a Ellie vein right over there, too. And this thing's not too far away over here. At least I didn't think it was. Oh, is that it right there? Ammo. Level 130. Dreadnoughtus. It's really not that far from that Ellie vein over there. It really might be worth taming. Let's go see what kind of Ellie vein this is. So because the creatures get stuck, if this is a 25k Ellie vein, I think I can do it. They're like motherfucking tanky. Uh, like 100 and something k HP base in a high level. Yeah, I think we might try and tame this thing on that 25k Ellie vein. That might be a thing that happens right now. I've given ample time for other people to see it and decide to tame it. It's mine now. Oh no. I'm just trying to get my bird killed. Yeah, they're super tanky and they have a really cool platform saddle. And they can shoot cannonballs. And they can breathe like radiation, like Godzilla. And they can smack stuff with their heads and their tails. And they're kind of OP, honestly. And if we get this one, we're going to get a saddle for it. And then we're going to go kill a Titan. Because you can definitely solo the easy Titans with a Dreadnought. So that's totally going to be a thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's way better than a Pair Racer. I honestly don't know what's going to happen once you start being able to transfer these creatures off. I mean, you can't really use it for attacking rat holes and stuff because you can't obviously get it in there. But um, something really simple like um, attacking somebody's tower or something like that. Like they're kind of going to be ridiculous. Would you be able to shove the tail down an entrance? I don't know if it would be able to be attacked. I'm not really 100% sure of that. I know that in the rat hole I'm in, which is that pipe right over there, the Dreadnoughtus is tall enough that it can actually be seen by some of the turrets if you get the angle right. So you can soak some of my turrets through my opening. So put yourself some element right here, and then you jump off, and you hand feed an element to that guy, and then he follows you while you poop. You can also carry these things on zeppelins. You can kind of like scooch the zeppelin underneath it. Don't you hit my Dreadnoughtus, you stupid stego. Does the Dreadnoughtus not even care if something attacks it? That's hilarious. Looks like I gotta feed it again. Come back over here. Yeah, so it only follows you for a minute. So it can take a little while to get him over here. I don't know what a zeppelin is. I'm gonna assume it is a flying vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a platform. It's like a four-person's skiff, tech skiff. Did he just nuke all those guys? I think he just nuked all those guys. That's hilarious. I think I need to go feed him again. We might actually need more element. Honestly, I think this is the most fun part of this whole process, is just getting this thing over here to eat this stuff. Like, what a cool taming method. Let's go see. How am I gonna get up? There a way around back? Oop, don't trigger it. Yeah, so we're gonna go around back here. Okay. Come with me, big boy. Oh, did he notice it? No. Okay. Well, she, I think, actually. Pretty sure it's a female. Oh, might have noticed it. Or maybe it did. I don't know what's going on. once we get it over here close enough, it'll like smell that it's there. Oh, it's running away. Get your ass back over here. But once we get it close enough, it smells that it's there. And then it just runs over there and like destroys part of the element vein. Probably about to happen. Yeah, there you go. Part of the element vein got destroyed. So that means it knows it's here or whatever. So it's going to keep coming over. And oops. Once it keeps coming over there, it's going to breathe its kaiju breath like on it. And then it's going to start eating it. Roar. And now we have to protect it from creatures that would normally come to this sort of element vein, but they're going to be of the level of this creature. So there will be a bunch of level 130 like Spinos and Paracers and stuff like that that spawn. But right now things are broken. No, they hit it. Yeah, they attack it, and it loses effectiveness that way. So we'll find one of the creatures and we'll kill it so that we can actually see its taming effectiveness and stuff. But you'll see here, this creature is locked in place, and this is what's happening right now. Every time you try and tame one of these, the creatures get glitched, and they just end up standing still, which is the only reason I think I can actually tame this one on this 25k node, because otherwise I don't think I could complete the 25k node. That's weird. Didn't gain any taming effectiveness. But they'll also get little blue indicators on them after a while. Because the creatures, are hard to see sometimes and you can't find them. There's what it looks like. Yeah, but they're all level 130 now. But they'll just all be standing still. Yeah, like these here, just standing still. Which, I mean, is super great, but it's also just super broken. So yeah, I'm gonna tame this bad boy. Because why not? I think I deserve a 130 Dreadnoughtus. Now that it says hostile still in area, they'll probably start pinging. Yeah, you can see that one's kind of got that super dull ping on it. That means it's one of the hostiles. And then we've got this one up here. We've got whatever this is chasing me that's not even a part of this thing. And so yeah, we're just gonna look for all the little blue pingy things. It's not saying how many hostiles are still in the area. Oh, prepare for another wave. So it should say now how much it's tamed. Ah, there we go. It's 25% tamed, but it's only getting 65% taming effectiveness because this is only a 25k instead of, I think, a 50k is what you have to do to get maximum effectiveness, or maybe 100k. This is honestly going to take a really long time, though, and be super boring because I don't have like a car char or something to kill these creatures with. But you'll see even the pteranodons will spawn in and not be able to fly, and they'll just like be stuck in place. And it's super broken, but whatever. So I'm only gonna get like 30 levels on this thing or something like that. But that'll be enough. It'll be, 150, 160 level Dreadnoughtus. Where did my Dreadnoughtus go? Oh, there it is. It was just hidden. Okay, phew. I was super concerned there for a minute. I thought it had like vanished. But it also gets, you'll see when I look at it. We'll look at it again here. While it's digesting, it gets a shield. You'll see it says digestion shield there. And so as it eats, it replenishes that digestion shield. So it defends itself from some of the damage it takes while you're doing this taming process. And you can build structures around it. Looks like an extinct dinosaur starts with an A, but I forget what it's called. I mean, I'm sure it's probably modeled after a real dinosaur. And then they just extinctioned it up with some tech stuff. Hostiles still in area. But it should gain 20% taming per phase. And so we'll go through 5 waves, and then it'll be all the way tamed up. Have to keep looking. The things seem to spawn quite a bit closer too when you're taming the Dreadnoughtus than they do when you're actually doing the element vein. Everything's just kind of right here next to it. They don't spawn very far away, which is really nice. Let's make sure that nothing is eating my Dreadnoughtus. Look like it. Where are my hostiles? But yeah, because of how broken and stuff this is, I mean, it's an extraordinarily easy tame. Honestly, maybe could have even taken it to a 50k node. Now that I'm seeing how simple this seems to be. It doesn't seem to spawn nearly as many creatures. Normally I'd be getting Pararacers and Spinos and like a lot of them. I haven't seen anything but Carnos yet. Wave complete. Prepare for next wave. Could be mixing it up with another dino. I'm not sure if it's called an Amargasaurus. The Amargasaurus is in the game. It's in ASE. It's got like the spines and stuff all over its neck, and it shoots them out. Hey, there we go. There's a Paracer. So once you hit these creatures, they'll actually start moving. So you kind of have to kill them in a single go. It's pretty easy. Just gonna have to make sure I don't attack anything with absolutely no. Yeah, I don't know the name of it either. It's possible that there really is a creature that was known as the Dreadnoughtus. I mean, that wouldn't shock me if an enormous brachiosaur was called Dreadnoughtus. For real, for real. Whoops. Yeah, so it looks like these creatures will also automatically die if they've been alive for too long. So I think you could just not do anything and auto-tame Dreadnoughtus. Argentinosaurus, but then again, I don't think it is. The Argent's neck looks too thin compared to this. I mean, this is a fake dinosaur based on a real dinosaur. It also may not actually be based on a real dinosaur. Um, Looks similar to the modded dino in this one game called Path of Titans. Yeah, I mean, Path of Titans in this game, and what's that other Path of Titans like game where you play as a dinosaur? I forget what it's called. But all three of those games are pretty closely related. Next wave incoming. We got 2 more waves, and then we're all done. Says we're going to gain 40 levels. So this thing's going to be like level 170. This thing's going to be strong as F. I'm pretty sure that my level 25 is a male. So I might actually go ahead and breed my dreadnoughts. Just for grins, see how long it takes to raise them. I need you to get out of my way, you stupid. And I please just kill the bear racer. Love of God. Oh snap. Is the Pteranodon actually going to go over there to it? Don't you freaking dare. Guess there was an extinct dinosaur called the Dreadnoughtus. Oh, cool. Does it look anything like this? Obviously, it doesn't have the neck flaps and stuff. But... Okay, please, please let me jump. Please, can I maneuver at all? Did anything get you? Nothing got you. Okay, we're still good. Looks pretty much the same, except much smoother, and the neck is a little thinner and longer. Okay. They probably wanted to make this one look a little bit like the Titanosaur. And so they probably thickened it up a little bit. Just to give it a little of that look. Or they might have actually used the Brachiosaur model from the mod to make it. Because they look pretty similar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they definitely auto-die all by themselves. So I don't actually have to do anything. Everything will just automatically die. And this creature will just automatically tame. Which is kinda crazy. I feel like that Titanosaur looks too big for ARK. Only looks good in some locations. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I feel that way a little bit about all of the Titans. They're just a little too large. I don't think we ever needed anything bigger than a Giga in the game. I think the Giga was fine. We could have just rested on that and been A-okay. We're gonna nuke down these Spinos real quick. I don't think they're part of the tame. No. But I want to kill them. So they're not in my way. I think the Titans make really good bosses. And I think it's really cool to be able to tame the bosses. But they are definitely a little goofy when you stack them up next to everything else in the game. It's just kind of weird. Oh, that's an enraged trike. We might just let that die by itself. Just saying. Because it's right there on top of that Parasaur. Or that Paracer. I might not be able to kill them both before they go and beat on my Dreadnoughtus. I kind of like the Genesis 1 Ocean boss, but only because I like big aquatic stuff. I think Motor was a really cool boss, and I like the fact that we got a big ocean thing. Um, because there just isn't a lot of really cool shit about the oceans in the rest of ARK. They kind of feel like a bit of an afterthought, you know? And so it was cool to see the ocean get some love because so many of the ocean creatures are so cool, right? Like the Tuso is an awesome creature, and while it's true that like it's great for base rating and stuff like that, there's very little to no need for the really good aquatic creatures in like PvE or solo play or anything like that. Except that they, introduced Motor. And that was, I think, a really good thing for the game. And I honestly think that if they wanted to have really huge creatures like, even something like the Dreadnoughtus, putting those things in the ocean is kind of a good idea because they just fit better there. And so I don't really see a lot of value in having those bigger creatures on land necessarily. Not that it's impossible for a creature that big to have lived on land, obviously they did. But the ocean just seems like a better place for them. We're going to be done here real soon. I wonder if this is actually part of the event. No. Could be just a few more creatures and we ought to get this thing. Hey, there we go. Got ourselves a level 172 Dreadnoughtus. We'll take a look at its stats here in just a second. I just want to get home. I'm not really afraid of dying on this map or on this server, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. We're not going to stay and try and defeat the node. I don't even know if you can. Yeah, I don't really know what happens to the node after you do the Dreadnoughtus thing. But we're just going to take our Dreadnoughtus home. And then we'll take a look at its stats. And then we'll see if I have another one. The male. Know if my other one is a male? But if it is, we're totally getting an egg. Because I want to see what a baby Dreadnoughtus looks like. Oh, I have a ramshackle saddle BP. Yo, I'm so cool. So cool. Okay, but seriously, where's my Dreadnoughtus? There it is. It is a male. I have a breeding pair of Dreadnoughtuses. The thing I hate the most about the ocean is how many long dinos keep aggroed on you. You know, I can get behind that. You're not wrong. The ocean really does like to fight you. Okay. So first things first, get our Dread Saddle BP out and see if we have the resources. What are we missing? Silica pearls. So we'll need to go get some silicate, which we can totally do. So let's take a look at some stats here. Our female Dreadnoughtus has 144. Yes, it is breedable. That is absolutely what's about to happen. It has 144,000 HP. And 4.8k weight. Even my really shitty one has 23k HP. That's insane. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty fucking exciting. I'm excited. Yep. All right. Um, I don't actually think this space is big enough to throw this dread out. It's most certainly not. Guess we're gonna go up here and do it. Blam! Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm pretty proud of myself. Look at that bad boy. Look at that chunky, chunky lady. Who's that lady? Um, let's actually not take our other Dreadnoughtus with us to go get silicate. Let's leave it here. And let's go get some silicate. I'm gonna have to see if anybody wants to trade for this mutable melee one. Here in a little bit. It is only level 1, but it is for the Dreadnoughtus, so some people might want it. Now that I can actually talk to people in the global chat. Honestly, can't believe we actually got to get that 130. Even if we had to do it at a lower tier. Like, that's kind of super dope. Well, shite. This is not where I wanted to be. I am trying to avoid ending up down there where the wyverns are. Though it doesn't really matter. I am on a mana garmer. I would just run away from the wyverns and be fine. Uh, prefer not to have to worry about it, you know? And now we're here, where the silicate is. So silicate, for those of you who may not know, doubles as silica pearls. Comes out of these right here. When I hit them with the Yankee, it does anyway. Hello? Ah, there we go. Hatchet. You do not get very much with the hatchet, though. Yeah, see you in a bit, CNT. I'll still be on for a bit, probably gonna leave earlier than yesterday. So goddamn tired. Haha, that's funny. Sorry, I got distracted and wasn't reading. Okay. We needed 500 and something, so we'll get 600 silicate. Call it good. I am really annoyed at how little I'm getting, though. Thought it would be faster than bringing the Yankee up here, but honestly, despite how long the flight was, might have been faster just to come up here with the Yankee. Get my silicate that way. This is booty cheeks. Only getting like 9 a rock. There we go. Sometimes this game is so ridiculous. Like every other map, you can get silica way easier than this map. This map makes getting everything else super simple. And it's like, except no silica. Get fucked. I mean, I know we can get electronics other ways, but then to put the Dreadnoughtus saddle as needing silica pearls is probably the most hilarious shit I've ever seen. Like, we know there's no silica pearls on the map, and you have to go get silicate, but that's what this takes. Ah, fuck you. I feel like it was intentional, just to fuck with us. This is gonna take a hot minute. Least favorite thing to get in ARK? Sulfur? Sulfur. Because I don't ever need it for anything, really. And it's just obnoxious. Yeah, I don't like going near the wyvern trenches. And it's one of those things that I don't really feel like I ever have lying around because I don't normally go out and farm it. And so when I need it, it almost always becomes a barrier to me. After I get decently going, most other resources I just have some of. Even things like wood that I'm normally turning into charcoal and stuff, I usually still just have some wood lying around. And so if I need some for a little something, then I can usually just, whip some out and be good. But sulfur is one of those things I don't normally had. And it's just a pain in the ass. It's been harder ever since pyromanes were added. Do pyromanes eat sulfur? Do you have to have some on hand or something for them? Why do pyromanes make it harder? Or are they just always near where the sulfur is, and so you just get your butt kicked trying to get it? They spawn in the trench. Okay, cool. Real fucking cute game. That's gonna really annoy me when I go to get some wyverns, because I don't even own that DLC, so they're gonna make my life harder. And I can't even tame them. That's super annoying. I don't know about other maps, but I know they're in this. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks a lot. I bet you they're probably on Lava Island on the center. Or maybe they don't exist on the other maps. Maybe they only exist there. I don't think that's the right kind of rock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're almost to 600. I want to get all the way up to 600 though, just in case, because it could have said 609 or 599. I wasn't really paying attention. So we got to get all the way up there. Alright, that should be it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a little bit. Let's go get us a ramshackle fucking thing here. Let's try not to aggro a bunch of gigas and shit. Pew. Pew. The BS part is you can't even tame them in the wyvern trench because there's no water. Extinguisher grenades exist now. There are now water grenades that you can use. I don't think they came out with Scorched Earth. I think they just came out with Extinction. So, I mean, you're not wrong to have been annoyed. It was pretty stupid that the Extinguisher grenades didn't come out with the Pyro main. But that's all part of that whole FOMO thing is, they create the Pyro main and it's this oppressively strong creature, right? And then they give you a couple of maps where you get to use the Pyro main and it's super strong. And, unless somebody else is using a Pyro main, they're not really going to be able to counter your Pyro main. And there's not a hard counter to it. And so everybody's like, well, you got to have the Pyro main because if you don't have the Pyro main, you can't compete in PvP. So you need to get one. So you spend the money on it, and then a couple of maps later, they drop a hard counter to it. And so now all the people who have the Pyro main, like, I mean, you still got a Pyro main, but I'll just carry Extinguisher grenades. And I'm pretty sure they already nerfed the Pyro main, made it significantly worse. So, you've gotten it nerfed. Now you've got a hard counter to it. That's super easy to get. I mean, super, super easy to get. It's super cheap. So the whole thing is just kind of a joke. But that's probably one of my biggest problems with that pay to win stuff. I can show you. Extinguisher grenade, 14 charcoal, 3 flint, 4 keratin, 18 spark powder, 20 fiber, 6 hide, 3 metal ingots. So it doesn't even require gunpowder. I mean, I guess it requires everything for gunpowder. But they have a pretty small radius. But they're extremely effective. They instantly put out fires. So, like, taking them into the dragon fight is super effective. Let's see. I have what it takes to make one. I need keratin. I have keratin. I just have extinguisher grenades. Never mind. Oh, yeah. So, I just want to take these over here where I have a little more space to be able to throw them and stuff. And I want to throw out this other Dreadnoughtus and start this breed. Booyah! Ooh, ah. So dope. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. Like that little area, it extinguishes, but I can just throw it at my feet. And now you can't flamethrower me. And for a little while. And if I was on fire, I'm no longer on fire. Which is hilarious. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna get a baby Dreadnoughtus. That's nasty. Um, but they're especially gonna be good. So when griffins come out, right? Because you can throw stuff off of griffins. I don't know if you can throw them on your griffin, but so one of the big things to do, right, is to swoop down and grab you and then flamethrower you through the griffin. So if you have extinguisher grenades and they sweep down and grab you, you just throw an extinguisher grenade at their griffin, and then they can't flamethrower bob you through the griffin, which is going to be hilarious. Extinguisher grenades are so good. Uh, it doesn't look like I can throw it at my creature at all. Yeah, there it goes. It also goes the other way around because they can flame you while they're picked. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, is that my egg? Give me that egg. Look at that. It's huge. It's bigger than me. Dope. All right. I assume you just want health, right? It's got 144k base. If I put another health in it, it actually only gains 600 health per level, huh? That's kind of interesting. I mean, that's a lot, but like, is it really though? All right. So you can shoot cannonballs off of it. Its regular attack takes a really long time. I clicked. When it started moving its head, oh, it gathers berries. Yo. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like the damage output is just kind of as good as it is when you get it. You could go up 2%, so you could get another 160% ish on this dreadnought specifically for damage, which would, I mean, you could double its damage. And the dreadnought does do a mess ton of damage. Like, that's not disputed. Its stam actually lasts a pretty decent amount of time for such a huge creature. I guess the other thing is this thing a berry eater? Eat crops? Or does it only eat meat? Or does it only eat element? Like, I don't really know. But I want to go merc something with it. How much damage can it par with unbuffed Garch? Um, it's a berry eater. Okay, thanks, Slayer. Appreciate it. Also, what's up? How are you today? My new super dope level 177 Dreadnoughtus. Pretty excited. Yeah, I don't know what the DPS in similarity to the Garchar is. On all of the videos that I've seen where people were using it um, on single player where they had the damage numbers up, it was doing like 1700 damage. But it does more damage to larger creatures. It's a Titan Slayer. So when you're near a big creature, it actually gets a buff. But it just one-shot all those creatures. So there's that. Just woke up from a nap, been cramming too much for school. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why you just don't do that. Who needs school? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is how you have a good time right here. But do you think you could take on a Giga? I bet you could take on a Giga for sure. Without question. What do you get your degree in, Slayer? Oh, I didn't quite bop that thing. It was running away from me. Computer networking and cybersecurity? Okay. Okay. Seriously though, Stego? Just go ahead and die. What level Stego is this? I've killed all of its Stego buddies in one hit. This better be a really high level Stego. Yeah, level 145. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I'm definitely just gonna walk around on this thing for a little while killing stuff. Because why would I do anything else? You know what I just realized? This thing is a veggie eater. You can totally feed it veggie cakes. That's not even fair. But Dilophosaurs are an absolute hard counter to Dreadnoughtuses. Because look at how slow the Dreadnoughtus is. And if you hit it with that Dilophosaur goop, which you can't dodge, then basically just screwed. Yeah, no, and this is absolutely a game-breaking dino. I mean, this is just silly. At least they're coming up with counters for everything, though. They just take too long to push them out. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. The Dreadnoughtus will be like the ultimate outdoor tower raiding machine until, like, Genesis 2 comes out. And then they'll just put out a hard counter to the Dreadnoughtus. I guess, honestly, Thylas are already kind of a hard counter because their damage is based on percent health. So, I mean, it doesn't matter how many hit points the Dreadnoughtus has, you only have to hit it 20 times with a Thyla. This is the first time I've ever been attacked by a Dreadmare on its own. Or is there a person on that Dreadmare? Nope, it's just an angry Dreadmare. I've never seen an angry wild Dreadmare before. So what the fuck is a Tesla coil? A Tesla coil is some busted shit. That's what a Tesla coil is. um, I'm gonna tail whack you. Yeah, whack with the tail. Um, so I will show you in here. I don't actually have one to show you, but that one dude was saying you could put it on the Dreadnoughtus. Yeah, that's what they said, and I'm definitely gonna go try that. Um, it's an electrical defense tower that can burn, stun, or inflict damage vulnerability. Can be configured to automatically attack hostiles. Whoops. Hostiles within range. Consumes crystals to fire. Requires power to activate. Can only be crafted in a fabricator. So it stuns creatures. So people use them to stun people off of flyers. So that you can't like C-spin into bases and stuff. Yeah, it is pretty cheap. Sure, for sure. Actually, let's go ahead and walk back to base real quick. And murder everything we see on our way. These trikes actually came to attack me. That's adorable. You're all dead. if I'm not mistaken, you also, part of me wishes they would keep structures on cryo dinos with platform saddles. Me too. But also a part of me realizes that's busted as fuck. I believe if I hold control, yeah, you can just spin in a circle. Because as long as no loot's stored, though, that's busted. Yeah, that's true. Being able to just like cryo up a Quetzal with a bunch of vaults full of shit. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. I'm into it. Um, has anybody yeeted a Dreadnoughtus off of a cliff? And if so, how much damage did it take? Could I potentially kill my Dreadnoughtus by yeeting it off of this cliff? Yeet. That is a massive dump. Mm. I know it's super, super slow, but this is easily the most fun I've had in days. I'm a Dreadnoughtus, dude. Do something. Stop picking on the Chally. Rawr. It is slow, but it doesn't look that slow for how big it is. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it looks super cool. It is so much fun to ride. Now the big question, do veggie cakes give back a percentage of health or do they give back a base amount of health? Because I don't actually remember. Because if veggie cakes give percent health, then this is officially the most busted creature ever. Rawr, I'm a big fat dinosaur. You definitely couldn't keep up with a Karchar with this thing. If this thing got in a fight with a Karchar, you'd be pretty hard pressed to win that fight. But that's a Karchar with a rider, right? Like a tamed Karchar. Obviously, a wild Karchar, you could just get it in front of you. Okay, so it is a percent health. See, that's absolutely insane. Because 10% of this thing's health is 15k. I am definitely gonna do the Ice Titan or the Forest Titan with this thing. Probably the Ice Titan. Because that sounds like a shitload of fun. Let's see how fast it regens. Let's run out of stamina again. And then we'll see how fast it regens when we're not moving at all. Just to kind of get an idea here. Because it only has like 1,000 stamina, so it's not a terribly large amount. We're all out, so we stop. That's a pretty slow regen. Not terribly, though. My math is correct, in like every hour, you can go from 0 to max HP. Well, 10% every 30 seconds. But then there's a cooldown, right, on how often you can use them. Oh my god, that is such a long fall. That's crazy. Okay. So 5 minutes, you could use it 12 times, so it'd be every 50 minutes. You could go from 0 to 100% if it was 10% health. Okay, so let's leave that guy there for just a second. We're going to go back to base to do two things. Number one, we're going to make some stuff that we want to see if we can put on that creature. We want to see if we can put a Tesla coil on it. I want to see if I can put a cryo fridge on it. Because if I can put a Tesla coil on it, it might let me put a cryo fridge. And if it lets me put a cryo fridge, I'm going to poop myself. And we'll get a regular auto turret and a heavy. Alright, and then we want a couple of air conditioners. We're gonna try. We're gonna see what happens here. Come over here, Mr. Mustang. Oh. I really need to do something with Mustang's corpse. I need to be able to get back here. Can I still? Oh, I can get back there by jumping. Okay, that's fine. As long as that's a possibility, we're okay. Now, let's see. I'll throw that out. It is incubating, and it will have 2.5 hours until my baby Dreadnoughtus comes out. That looks cool. So let's go ahead and put in here a timer. Oh, somebody might be trying to talk to me. Let's put a timer in here for 2 hours and 25 minutes, we'll say. Two hours, 25 minutes, save, play. You get an incubator? Yeah, if that was still a thing, I would totally have one of those. But that's a Genesis contraption. I have an embryo incubator, but I don't think you can put eggs in the embryo incubator. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, they don't exist on ASA yet. So we can do it with mammals, but just woke up and it's 3 a.m. and I found a cat in my arm. Is it your cat? Or is it just a random cat? Lighted? What are you doing? Oh, okay. It's your cat. That's fine. Sucks I can't play official on Microsoft. Yeah, that's oh, I forgot to get I didn't get my Tesla coil. This requires placement on floor. We might be about to have like the best day of our lives. I forgot to get my foundations and my Tesla coil. And my cryo fridge. We're gonna leave this here. We don't need both of our dreadnoughtuses. Let's get our Tesla coil, our foundations, and our cryo fridge. And let's see what we can do over here. At the very least, I am sure of the fact that you can put um, player-mounted turrets on these. Because you can do it on like the Quetzal, so surely you can do it on the Dreadnoughtus. So we might be taking our Quetzal Dimorphodon turret and turning it into a Dreadnoughtus Dimorphodon turret. Because why would you not? But let's see. Okay, you cannot place a heavy turret. You cannot place the regular turret. And you cannot place the Tesla coil. I was lied to. Which one of you lied to me? And you cannot place the cryo fridge. Well, that is incredibly sad. Do you still get the same 40 structure limit that you get on Quetzals? Or is the structure limit higher? Is there some way I can see that, I wonder? The fact that the structure limit isn't on the actual the actual thing itself is silly. Oh, that's right. There's durability on um, saddles now. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, saddle. There you go. Thank you. Jesus. I was having some serious fucking trouble there. Okay. Well, I like these lower areas, right? Like, I think it'd be super fun to run around and get some people on some Gatling turrets, right? Like you put a little bit of a thing here that you can stand on, and you dump yourself a Gatling turret, and then like a Deddy. Well, you can't get a Deddy, but maybe like a well, you can't do vaults either. I don't know something. You put some ammo back here, and you get yourself a Gatling turret, and you put one on each of these levels, right? And so you have people on Gatling turrets on either side, just mowing stuff down. So let's have a little thought experiment real quick because these mobile creatures are some of the coolest things about ARK, these mobile platform saddle creatures. But there is a small problem with them, and that is that the creature itself becomes a massive vulnerability to everything constructed on the saddle. So, what if it was necessary to destroy the structures on the saddle, or now that we have um, now that we have saddles that have durability, what if it was necessary to destroy the durability of the saddle before you could destroy the creature? I don't know exactly what the solution would be or how it needs to be looked at, but there's a lot of potential with these creatures for some really interesting sorts of gameplay that doesn't get engaged in at all because primarily um, because you can't have turrets on them, and so they're just extremely susceptible to rockets, right? If you build anything on here, then all that the other team has to do is just fire rockets at it and or destroy the creature itself. And because these creatures are always really slow and really difficult to move around, it means that any structure you put on here, anything that you try and build on here, ultimately only lasts until first contact. That's true. It would make soaking way more busted. That is definitely, definitely true. I do wish there was something that makes platform set bases more protected. So, just crush enemies. Sauropods are ridiculous. I love that this one has a tail whap. Roar, smack. And it gathers tons of berries. Like so many berries. Yeah. Or so maybe that's it. Maybe structures need to be immortal on these platform saddles. So you can't destroy the structures. Damage dealt to the structures could just be transferred to the creature. And so all you have to do is kill the creature and the whole thing destroys. But you can't just destroy the structures off of it. You have to kill the creature. So it's extremely high defense and extremely high HP ultimately protects everything that's constructed on it. It would sort of be like a moving cliff plat, because cliff plats have 100,000 armor or 100,000 hit points. I mean, this thing's going to have double that, and eventually you could get triple or quadruple that. But what if you couldn't destroy the structures on it without just killing the creature? And so using them for doing stuff would become quite a bit better. And that, honestly, that would be better because that would prevent things like racer boxing and stuff like that. Because the turrets wouldn't not deal damage when the turrets shoot. Uh, it would eliminate Quetzal hatch framing too, because the Quetzal would still take damage when the bullets were hitting hatch frames and stuff, instead of ignoring that damage. So yeah, if you took away the ability to destroy structures on platforms, and instead you had to destroy the creature, And then any damage done to anything on the platform transfers to the creature as damage. I think that'd be pretty good. And then these extremely huge platform saddle creatures would suddenly have the ability to almost be mobile bases. Um, you could have repair stuff, you could have all kinds of stuff on these and take them with you with, other creatures and stuff like that. I mean, they're still slow, but I don't know. I don't know. The biggest problem I guess I have is these things were designed to be used by multiple people at a time. I don't think that I've ever seen that happen. Right? The point of the platform saddle isn't for me to run around with a creature with a platform saddle. The point of a platform saddle is for me to run around with a creature with a platform saddle with like three other people doing stuff on it. Whether it be, creating a mobile sniper tower and people sitting and sniping out of it, or putting Gatling guns on it so that you could shoot Gatling guns off of it, or rocket launchers, or, any of those things could be added on here. Catapults. Uh, they make really good mobile aiming stations, but that's not really true for the ground ones. That's really only the Quetzal. So what I would like to see is something that would give value to multiple people being on the creatures, or a reason that would be a positive strategy. Thank you, Blighted. I do need some food. Um, a couple of the things that I guess make that a bit of a negative strategy is it's very difficult to protect a person from like picks and stuff like that. If somebody was on a Gatling cannon in a PvP scenario, they could just get picked off the Gatling cannon by anybody. So that's a problem. Um, and you can't really stop people from picking people off the Gatling cannons. That wouldn't be fun. But I don't know. There's certainly some consideration in there to be taken. I would maybe like to see if we don't have use for these things in like raiding environments and stuff, maybe some sort of gameplay loop that could go on, like the OSDs, that maybe would need a more mobile and sort of tanky structure. So, there would be some value in some of the platform creatures. I don't know. It's just it's a really cool thing that exists in this game that just doesn't get a lot of use for anything other than protecting the rider while you're engaging in a raid. And I just don't think that's everything that the platform saddles have to offer. Holy crap, I almost died falling off the back of that thing. That's insane. I'm going to keep thinking on it though. I'll come up with something eventually. I'm a little sad that I can't put Tesla coils on that thing. A little bit sad. Would it have been super busted? For sure. But I want to do it anyway. Alright, what's next on the list? Let's go run the cave drops again real quick. I have a full set of flak, but I don't have a full set of good flak. So let's do that. Now that I have the Dreadnoughtus, I assume that I could do a yellow OSD with it. Speaking of which, there is a yellow OSD right there outside my base. I actually sort of want to try it right now. The only real problem I would have is I assume I would destroy the yellow OSD. I don't know if I have good enough control. Not just murk the OSD. And I'm also not 100% sure that if something went sideways, that I could get the Dreadnoughtus out of there before it died. And that would make me a little sad, but I honestly think it's worth it. I mean, there's pretty much no limit to the number of creatures the Dreadnoughtus can attack at a time, and it does an obscene amount of damage. It did take quite a few hits to kill that 145 Stego, but when you're doing a yellow OSD, you might get some Spinos and some Racers, but mostly it's like Carnos and stuff. And I'm pretty sure that it could one hit even a high level Carno. So other than the Racers, I think I'd mostly be okay. We have a good saddle. We have 165k HP. I mean, it's not a great saddle, but it's a decent. I feel like maybe we risk it for the biscuit here. And if shit goes really south, then we just try and run away. Let's say if we hit half HP, we run like hell. If it's still there when we get back. We could also throw out our shitty one as like a form of defense. Have two Dreadnoughtuses. So my Dreadnoughtus, my good one, is only at 160% damage. Which I assume my other one is at 100% plus. Which tells me that when they get levels in their damage, they don't get a lot of bonus damage. So honestly, even my level 25 probably does pretty close to as much damage as my level 170. Which is kind of crazy. But I think more than anything, I want to get a group of people together. And I want to get on the back of a Dreadnoughtus or Quetzal or both. And I want to get some Gatling cannons going. And some Dimorphodons. Oh shoot. Did somebody just tame this bad boy? I think somebody just tamed this bad boy. Oh no, somebody's actively in the middle of killing it. Well, alrighty then. Who that is? Oh, they're trying to drag it over here. It's gotta be. It's gotta be Turtle Squad. Yeah. They've got the fuck shit up turrets. Yeah, so these Hornet Hive turrets or whatever that they've got stationed over here do a ton of damage to flying creatures, and they do an increasing amount of damage to flying creatures over time. So they've set up a bunch of them over here. And then they just lure the Desert Titan over. That's pretty cool. It'll just chew it up, I'm sure. Beans, y'all. Good strat. I bet you that's unintended. I bet you that eventually stops working. Okay. I think we just have to. I don't think it's even a choice. Um, just want to do the yellow drop with the Dreadnoughtus. So we're going to go back over here where we can teleport into our base from. We're going to snag our Dreadnoughtus. We're going to throw it out. We're going to hope really hard. First time I've seen PvP tribes use windmills. I feel like an old grandma coming into a world with technology, but instead technology is metas. I don't imagine that the windmills are probably a useful thing normally, but again, because nobody here is really killing anybody else, it's not really going to hurt to use the windmills. Let's put away some of this random stuff I picked up. And let's break out our Dreadnoughtus. Gonna teleport back over to our base here. And let's make sure the photo mode out here. Yep, it's still there. Throw out our dread. Booyah. This is the most fun. I should probably just destroy the shield or whatever, because trying to run around the shield to get stuff is just gonna suck. Whatever. We can maybe have some fun here. Just walking near the shield caused it damage. That's hilarious. I didn't realize that I could just walk and kill things. Tapped with the tail. Yes, it can. See, that's forwards and backwards. It's not great at it. It's hella slow. It can walk back. I have really exciting news for you. If you hold control, this dino can totally strafe. Oh, don't even have to hold control. The Dreadnoughtus can totally strafe. I agree with you. That is an absolute W. My HP at. Need to bap this Dilophosaur. I actually don't think I'm going to be able to beat this with this creature. I should have brought my veggie cakes with me. That's definitely a thing I should have done. They're up in my fridge though. And if I leave, I'll de-render this and then it'll stop existing. They just wink out of existence whenever I de-render them, which is hella annoying. I wonder how far outside of this I need to be to actually hit these guys. I bap them with my tail here. Get tail bapped. Get tail bapped. Oh, I definitely just destroyed the shield. This is pretty funny. The problem is even to hit just this one enemy, I've got to do this whole slow ass attack. And I don't think that I can avoid hitting. Yes, we cleared phase 1 here. Orbital supply drop. Only took 700 damage. Shoot. So probably my strat is actually going to be to let a bunch of creatures come in and like get on the drop and then just bap them all. So that I only have to hit it once every now and then. It just lets a whole wave of creatures come in on it and then just roar and then just bap everything. Am I gonna kill that Spino in one hit? Ooh, I didn't kill the Spino in one hit. I'm not killing the Carnos in one hit either. That's probably gonna be bad. Okay. I don't want to alarm you all, but we are in a terrible position right now. We got away from that Carno, which was good. Let's get ourselves up here a little bit. Bap some things. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't really what the Dreadnoughtus was intended for. The Dreadnoughtus is intended for the Titan fights. And that's just kind of how that goes. The stupid Dilophosaur. Just die, dude. I hate you. This thing was just designed to fight the Titans. And not all these little creatures. I need some food, though. Okay, so I've only lost 3 or 4k HP. I'm actually doing alright. My big issue here is probably that I'm not going to be able to avoid killing this drop. This is, however, a thoroughly enjoyable experience. Um, I really wish that I could go grab one of my other creatures um, and go snag up my veggie cakes, though. Because I am fairly certain that I'm going to kill this Dreadnoughtus doing this. Without veggie cakes. Maybe not, but I'm fairly certain. So far, we've just been dealing with Carnos and stuff, and as soon as we start dealing with Racers and Spinos in larger numbers, this is gonna get pretty bad. Bap the Spino. Bap. Get how far away it knocks everything. That's so cool. I love this creature. Oh, we've only got 30 more minutes on our NVIDIA GeForce Now session. We're pretty close to done with this phase of this. One hostile remaining. Been talking to myself this whole time. I was trying to just focus on one side so that maybe I wouldn't get attacked too much. But there's just way too much stuff getting on this thing. Not the creature, the stupid yellow drop. I have to beat the crap out of this yellow drop to try and kill all these things. Which I suppose doesn't really bother me, but... I mean, if we can't do it, we can't do it, you know? I also think that the yellow drop, like, protects them. So anything that's, like, all the way on the other side doesn't seem to get hit. And that makes life hard. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna beat it either. I would have to do less damage each wave than I did on the last wave. And there's no way that's happening, just having to beat on these things right on top of this like this. On the bright side, I am getting to kill a bunch of creatures and pass a bunch of levels. So that's nice. Wait, T-Rex. Okay, this raptor's like all up in my business and I can't move. Oops, I angled the wrong way. I meant to come at it from the other side. I was gonna try and avoid hitting the drop. I guess I need to look at it like this way. Nope, wrong way. So the attack starts from the opposite side of your camera. So if I bring my camera over here and look that way, that's the way he looks first. And then you can pretty much hit everything up to a 90 degree. And I think that's just kind of how it works, is 90 degrees for both the tail and the head. So if I come over here with my tail, I can back up on these and try and get the 90 degree to end sort of right as it gets to there. And then I think if I look this way, yeah, I'll bring the tail back. And then hopefully maybe not hit. And you just kind of work 90 degrees at a time. But that thing took a shiznit ton of damage. I still could maybe do it now that I kind of understand how the attack pattern works. A little better. You know, because I can get this. That's about a 90 degrees, so if I swing my tail now this way, I think I can avoid hitting this thing again and bap this Carno. Maybe I hit it. I think I heard a hit, but that could have been the Carno. But it's at least interesting. And I'm almost up to 200k HP, which is grotesque. And I've only lost, well, actually, I've lost quite a bit. I've lost about 20k HP in 3 now. 3 waves, so we still got 3 waves to go. So in order to straight up lose, I'd have to lose 6 times what I've lost so far. I'd have to lose 20k per wave. No, I'd have to lose 40k per wave. So I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think I'm going to die. But I might not be able to complete this because they might just do too much damage before I can get them right. I'm going to try and line this up a little where I want to be about 90 degrees here. So I want to use the tail aiming this way and the head aiming this way to try and clear both sides without hurting the drop. So let's see, is this going to hit the drop? Let's listen for it. Okay, it did hit the drop. Let's back up just a little bit more. And then is this hitting the drop? But what about from this way? So from this way, I definitely won't hit the drop. And that'll kind of go in that whole direction over there. Oh no, I did hit it. So maybe I'm a little too close. Let's try it. Oh, we can sidestep this, right? So now let's try and go this way with the head. Okay, we didn't hit the drop there. And then if we go this way with the tail. And we still got it. So let's sidestep a little more. Back up. So we go with the head here. Oop, that time we got it. So yeah, I mean, it's... Let's go back forward a little. It's pretty much right on 90 degrees from half. Yeah. So I'll be able to go this way with the tail, I think, and be just fine. The tail hits a much bigger area, I think. Surprisingly. Because I should even be able to hit this trike with the tail right now. Yeah. So the tail hits a way bigger area. Head. And it looks like it just hits around the whole body, but only covers a quarter of the area per hit. Yeah, the tail is seeming to hit on its other side. Because if I back up where the head would normally hit from the other way, if I go this way, I don't think I'm going to hit with the head. Because it just doesn't hit that close to the body there. But the tail seems to hit the entire cone around the body and the back. Or the entire 90 degrees, no matter what direction you swing the tail from. So you have a little more control. I think you can hit a 90-degree section with the head. But I think you hit a full 180-degree section with the tail no matter what. And then the tail has a little bit less reach, I think. So, like, I don't think I'm going to hit it right now. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Oh, yeah. No, we've only got 1,000 damage. Of course, I only did 3k to it while I was doing all that testing, which honestly kind of shocks me. Thought I'd be doing a little more. So then it's 2/4 for the tail and 1/4 for the head. I wish there was a way for us to toggle hitboxes. You know, me too. But that'd be a little OP. Oh, you mean toggle like hitbox visibility? Yeah, I would love to actually be able to see my hitbox. That'd be great. Especially for some of these big creatures, it does get a little difficult. do believe the head and the tail do the same amount of damage when they hit. So there's at least that. And I like that because you have both the head and the tail attack, even if you can't hit everything at once, you can't really get to a point where you can't kill the stuff that's on you. Even if you get sort of locked down a little. Still not all great. I once had a tribe mate and he would AFK overnight with an auto clicker riding a Giga. He would be inside the cave and be biting at the entrance. He woke up one morning and actually killed someone. That's pretty funny. I mean, that's cheating, but that's funny. Just put the Giga on aggressive. Like, these raptors are kicking my ass right now. That's okay, they're all dead. Right there. That's too bad. Sad that I lost that. But I do want to try low tier boss now. The only reason he didn't was because then they could shoot it. But yeah, really cheesy and annoying. I can see how it's breaking the rules. Yeah, I mean, just the auto clicker. There's nothing wrong with biting the entrance of your cave, but having the auto clicker is definitely no bueno. Although as far as cheating goes, that's a fairly light form of cheating. If I ran into it, I'd probably just laugh and carry on. Don't even know if I would take the time to report something like that. Yeah, get stepped on, Arthro. I've kind of got to walk this back over to the other base now. Because I can't... Actually, I wonder. Hang on. Hang on. Alright, you're annoying. Bap. Aw, stupid turtle. There you go, get stepped on to death. Yo, this Dreadnoughtus is wicked fun. I can't believe I lost almost 40k HP in that, though. That's such a crazy amount of HP to lose. So I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be able to walk up this Dreadnought's neck into my base. I think it might be that tall. If I come from this side over here, I think I can maybe get an angle and get up into my base off the Dreadnought. And that is hella dope. Might actually have to kill this Bear Racer. I don't know if it's going to come attack me. Probably is. Strike is too. It's okay. You're going to get bapped. Bap. Look at how far they fly. This thing is so cool. Oh, how have I not had a high-level Dreadnoughtus this whole time? Alright, buddy. Come on. Come on. No! It's almost there. We're so close. Well, don't aim your head down, you yuts. That's pretty close. I wonder, can I can I ride it from here? I can't. Stop biting my Dreadnoughtus. I wonder how it'd be with OP lines at level 180 to 150. Uh, Level cap is 150. But yeah, no, if you bred these and like got some mutations, primarily, honestly, I think you want melee mutations. I honestly think that these things are stronger than Karchars and Gigas. And because they have such an incredible knockback, the the open field fighting meta is going to change pretty significantly, I think, with the Dreadnoughtus. Because at the very least, I think you're going to want one, right? Just like in the middle of your pack or whatever. Um, I look up like that. Does that get it up high enough? Ooh, that's real close. Gosh, I can just almost get up there. That's freaking hilarious. Um, but I think you're at least going to want one in your little, like, Giga fight pack. Because it'll be able to knock back the other Gigas and disrupt, that line of attack. And disrupt coordinated attacks when you've got multiple Gigas on one target. This thing is surprisingly mobile because you can strafe and because it can spin without moving, really. Control? I thought it was, yeah, it is control. Yeah. So because it can just spin and because it can strafe, it has surprising mobility for such a huge creature. And because its tail whap is the same as its head, um, honestly, it just does an incredible amount of crowd control. Yes, the breath does run on element, and I don't actually know what it does. So I have no ammo right now. It takes one element per breath. And then the other attack, it shoots cannonballs also. So that might actually be a solution for um, being able to do these OSDs. Is just bring a crap ass ton of cannonballs with you and shoot cannonballs at people. Because I don't even know if the cannonballs would damage the OSD. It's likely they would, but they might not. Does the breath do damage to metal tech foundations? I feel like it would. I don't know. I do not know. We could go into single player. We could maybe try some stuff out. There's definitely some information to learn about these things that I don't know. Most of the videos I've seen, I watch like Raz Clark and Syntac and them put out videos on the Dreadnoughtus, and I don't think either one of them knew what the breath attack did in their video, or said what it did in the video. It might be like a damage debuff, or like a damage taken buff, so you use it on creatures and they take more damage, maybe. because that's what it does when it eats the element, right? It breathes on the element and then it eats it. So it might be some sort of like softening attack that causes enemies to take more damage. I don't know. The only thing I really know is it's the dopest freaking creature I've ever ridden on. And I kind of want to make a bunch of cannonballs now. And shoot cannonballs at shit. We were supposed to get a bunch of like actual stuff done today, but instead, we've spent hours playing with the Dreadnoughtus. This is one of those things. Oh, you don't even have to hold control. It just turns in the direction you're looking. So you can't stop it from turning. Oh, yes, you can. It's a toggle. Okay. Okay. Got it. Does that include the strafe? No, the strafe is not part of that control toggle. So yeah, if you hit control, now you'll spin. And if you hit control again, you'll stop. Okay. That makes sense. See, we're learning things. We're learning things. I definitely prefer, I think, to just keep it on. I wish there was an indicator. Yeah, I don't see any indicator saying that it's on, but I definitely think that I would probably just keep that on because I don't see any reason not to be turning in the... Well, no, I guess when you're attacking, it does need to be off because if I'm looking back here and I've got it on and I try and attack, like I guess the attack stops it, but I'd prefer to be able to like line up the attack. I don't know. Good to know. Roll toggles. Yeah, I feel like this would be a really fun, like, solo PvE thing, though. Would be to just live on a Dreadnoughtus. And just roam around. Maybe not even Extinction. Like, roam around on the island and do an island playthrough on a Dreadnoughtus. That'd be dope as fuck. So if you're low, it does a crazy amount of damage. No, it doesn't do increased damage from losing health. Does it? I just looked it up. Apparently, the more damage that was done to the dread, the more damage its breath does. Oh, so that's what that middle thing down in the bottom is. It's counting up, 16, 15, whatever. So because I was taking damage from all those creatures while I was fighting, it was counting up. And at some point, it got to level 20. And then, um, oh, and you can even see it. Okay. So check out its little neck flaps. More of those were open before. So let's watch as it counts down. Let's see if a neck flap closes right here. So we go down to 14. Yeah, and a neck flap closes. There you go. So that's how you know is the neck flaps progressively come out. I assume the tail flaps are probably part of it too. It's probably tail or neck flaps. So there's probably 20 on each side. 20 rows on each side. Or maybe it's every two. There might only be 10. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are open right now. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are open on the bottom too. Let's see when it goes down to 13 if a neck flap closes. Yeah, it looks like it did. Okay, so there's an indicator in there somewhere. I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but as you start to lose those charges, the neck flaps close. And as you take more damage, the neck flaps will open. So that's how you'll know, like, okay, you're all the way charged up, time for a breath. That's cool. Thanks for the tip. Thanks for the info. That was definitely needed. Because I'll fucking roll around with some element in this thing and just, I wonder. So breath attacks don't seem to damage um, the OSD. So I wonder if you could just use that to kill the creatures on top of the supply drop. But we're going to go ahead here real quick. I need to close out of the game. I got to put you all on a black screen for just a moment here. Because my NVIDIA GeForce Now session has ended. So we're going to test it out in multiplayer. I think we're going to go ahead and try and find ourselves another OSD. And we'll cryo that thing up. And we'll bring a cryo fridge and a battery with us. And we'll go find like a blue OSD or something. But depending on just how strong it is, um, that might be kind of OP. Because, I mean, this thing can tank so much damage and it can eat veggie cakes. I mean, mine will get almost 20k per veggie cake. And so you just deal with all the enemies that are right on top of you, right? You go stand on one side and let all those enemies attack you, and you bap them and you whap them with your head and you charge that up. And then you turn around and you just blow on the OSD and just nuke everything that's on there. And hopefully that'll be good enough. I don't know how long it takes for the nuke to recharge, but honestly, there's a trait that you can get that every time you attack reduces the cooldown of the creature's other abilities that you're using. So that might be worth to just do a bunch of attacks and then kaiju something. And if it's based on damage, so that's another important thing to know. Is it based on the damage taken, or is it based on the number of hits? So, like, if a really good Giga just bites me one time, can I just blow it up with my kaiju breath? I assume it's based on your melee damage stat. So, honestly, again, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I think that this thing might not be a soaker and a tank so much as it's a really good. I died. So much as it's a really good DPS dino. Might just be like super great for that. Um, let's see, what do we want here? We want our cryo fridge. We're going to go back to the base to get a battery. We're going to go back to the base to get veggie cakes. Gonna get our kit here. Why did all of my stuff come off of here? That's food, water, or something. Stupid ass game. That's the whip. That's the crossbow. That's that. That's that. That's the water. And there's something else that went right here. I don't know what it is. All right. Whoops. It does get cooler and cooler. CNT. It does. And I'm wicked excited right now. It's only 9 o'clock at night. Which is fan-fucking-tabulous. Gotta have a battery around here somewhere. Because I don't want to walk the kaiju around. I'm officially just gonna keep calling this thing the kaiju. Because it's a kaiju. How much longer do we have until my baby pops? 1 hour and 15 minutes? All right. Let's actually just go double check that. Oh, I forgot my veggie cakes too. Because I'm an idiot. Yeah, so let's just go double check. No sense. Yep. Hour and 19 minutes. Yeah, so those flaps come out when it's using its breath, and it like charges up and the flaps go up to signify that it's shooting, like as it's shooting. So I don't know if they'll like close and then open again or exactly what'll happen, but it does have a little VF in its neck, but we'll shoot it. We've got plenty of freaking element for this. There we go. We'll take 40 element. We'll jump our Managar. Oh, so this is what extinction normally looks like. Because of the way I have my settings, you don't get to see a lot of this. But one without stacks, one with max stacks, good call. But this is what extinction normally is, with all this fog everywhere and you can't really see it. Like, it's kind of crazy. And then when I change my settings and take off the volumetric cloud and the volumetric other stuff, it starts to change. It looks, I think it looks great. I would totally play like this if it wasn't just terrible for PvP. But it is absolutely terrible for PvP. I just can't. But as soon as you take out the volumetric cloud and stuff, you'll see. There goes the cloud. There goes the fog. And now everything's super visible. And then your shadow quality, so you take the shadows out, everything gets brighter. And then you take the grass out. I want to heal this thing. So let's go ahead and give it a veggie cake. Let it heal up for a minute here. Just thousands of HP. Wonderful. We're going to drop the rest of this stuff. Yeah, so it's just console commands. You can go in here. In order to do that, you go into your settings and you go, I believe it's into advanced and console access right here. You turn it on. And then that gives you, so if you're on console, then you actually have to use that console access button to get this button up so that you can actually access the console commands. But if you do it on PC, then you also get this, and then it just saves those console commands. You can just go in here and enter them from the escape menu. But yeah. And so normally you would be able to do that. Oh, it's actually saving them here too. I didn't think it saved them across sessions on this other bar down here, but it looks like it does. So it's not really necessary to do, but I like it. It feels a little clean. Um, I don't feel like he gained back nearly as much health as I was expecting there. Maybe because I didn't force feed it? I don't really know. But it feels like he only got back a couple K instead of the 10% I was expecting. But, I mean, the fact that you can eat a veggie cake on a Dreadnoughtus at all is kind of fucking stupid. Um, yeah, so we're just gonna go find a drop or an element vein. Actually, I wonder. So you tame Dreadnoughtuses by eating element veins, right? So why isn't it that Dreadnoughtuses can harvest Ellie veins? I feel like you should totally be able to harvest an Ellie vein with a Dreadnoughtus. I think that should be an absolute thing. Like use the breath attack on it or something to harvest the Ellie vein. And it should totally be the best at it, right? Because it's how you freaking tame it. Does it eat it all? But that's how everything is, right? Carnivores are good at harvesting. Ooh, here we go. At harvesting meat. Like, hey, that's a 25k Ellie vein. I feel like the same thing as before is probably going to happen here. Right? I'm probably not going to be able to complete it because I'm going to destroy it. But also, I feel like that's okay. There are a lot more creatures, I think, that come in on the Ellie veins. I don't know. I'm a little sketch about this because I don't want to lose my dread. Hmm. But also, we want to try it. I want to see if the kaiju breath will hurt the Ellie vein. And I also want to see if the kaiju breath does a mess ton of damage. But let's go ahead. We're going to put this here. And while this is powering up, we're actually going to go back to base real quick. And go grab us a snow owl. I have a snow owl with quite a bit of stamina put into it. It's a really low level snow owl, but we're gonna give it a shot anyway. We're gonna try and heal up our dreadnought here because I don't want to lose my big boy. Or big girl, sorry. It's a girl. Because I don't really know what the good HP is on these things, but I feel like mine's got some decent HP for only being a 172. And I don't want to lose that. Okay, get in there. Push down. Thank you. Black and purple are one of my favorite color combos, so I like seeing it a lot in Extinction. Oh, you mean like from the element veins and stuff? I prefer like a dark purple and like a deep yellow mixed together. I'm a big purple yellow fan. I think they mix good together. But I like blues more than anything. I think there are a lot of really pretty blues, especially. So I was in the Navy for 6 years. All through my 20s, from 24 to 30, I was in the Navy. And I went on deployment and we crossed the Pacific Ocean. And I can't even describe to you how many different shades of blue the Pacific Ocean is as you go across it. It is fucking insane how many different shades of blue the ocean is. And so I really, really enjoyed that because I really like blue. Mm, mm. I really hope that I can heal the snow owl while the snow owl is sitting on the Dreadnoughtus. I feel like that'll be really important to my life. Maybe it'll have to come down here. Maybe I'll have to like put it on one of these sides or something. But check, ooh, yo, you could totally have an army of Daedons healing your Dreadnoughtus from on your Dreadnoughtus. That is so crazy. Why have we never done that before? Why is that not part of like racer soaking? You could put like 4 or 5 Daedons, right? Put Daedons on each of these and totally close them in. And then just have Daedons and have troughs and stuff and just be eating and healing. And you could just have little healing little piggies just chilling on your Dreadnoughtus while you walked around just fucking we're totally doing it. It's a thing. It's happening now. Oh, dude. So, refrigerators that are put on the back of carts can automatically fill troughs, but um, props that are put on the back of carts can autofill troughs too. So, ooh, hang on. Brain's working. Brain's working. It's too bad that the pigs are meat eaters, but not sure the Daedon's healing stacks, but when it turns out of hunger, you could switch to a new Daedon. That's a pretty good idea. I feel like you just put a shit ton of refrigerators with a shit ton of cooked meat on a creature on a thing here. Well, you wouldn't even want cooked meat. You could just bring a mess ton of the most basic kind of kibble, basic kibble. But then, oh, that's a baby snow owl. That's not useful at all. Alrighty then. I feel like one of y'all knew that I was an idiot right there. And you could have told me. I blame CNT. You are officially the scapegoat, my friend. It's all your fault that I'm stupid. There's our snow owl. I'm just saying, it can't possibly be my fault. Because I'm the streamer, so I don't make mistakes. So, missed. Okay, we're gonna wait a couple more minutes here. Thank you. Thank you, CNT. I appreciate that. See, that's all I wanted. I just want to make sure that everybody else in the chat knows that it wasn't my fault. We're actually going to go ahead and start walking this bad boy around. Actually, we're going to go ahead and jump off because I want to know what's going to happen to my mana armor. You should do an atomic breath without stacks while waiting for cryo. You know, that's not a bad idea. I want to know what'll happen to the mana armor if I'm in free fall here. Let's do that real quick. Okay, it sticks really well. That's good to know. Did he already eat all of those veggie cakes? Well, he's gained back a lot. I don't think the timer is as long as we thought it was. But we have an atomic breath. We have an... Here's a stego. Let's use our stego as our... Or the stego can go hide because it knows what I was trying to do. I don't think that I could actually hit a pteranodon with the breath. Maybe we can try and hit one of these spiders. I want to hit something that's a little stronger than a spider. I really want to attack this stego. Oh, there's another stego over there, I think. There's no way that's a wild pteranodon that just landed up there. Are we close enough? Since the cryo timer's over, we're just going to throw this out if we're close enough. Alright, can I heal this thing from up here? A negative. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that I can't heal from, like, right on top of it. Come down here in between its feet and shit. We did get a lot of HP right there. Up to 146. I have to get like all the way between its feet. Man, this might be really inconvenient to heal. Maybe you can lower a platform thing like underneath it, but then you just scrape your belly all the time and you knock your owl off. So that wouldn't really work. It's an interesting conundrum. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Hopefully you don't have to be all the way on the ground floor. So let's find something. Yeah, there you go, Stego. Come back out here. Let me breathe on you. It's kaiju time. It like pushed it away a little, I think. It definitely didn't feel like much damage. I mean, let's find out what level this stego is by killing it. Ooh, I wonder if that's true. That'd be cool. I hope it lasts longer with more stacks. Okay, so this is actually a fairly high level as well. Can I shoot the beam again already? Negative. I don't see anywhere. Yeah, it was a level 80 stego. So I don't see anywhere where it's telling me whether or not it's charged up, though. Stupid Carno. But let's go trigger this thing. And the first thing I want to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and breath it. Just straight away. And see if I even do damage to it with the breath attack. Because that's kind of the most important thing about this. Is I need to know whether or not I can hurt this thing. Okay. These rocks are in my way. Go ahead and poop right now. That seems like a great time to be taking a shit. Okay, so it is currently at 24,950 and it's taking a little bit of damage from something. Let's kaiju breath it here. It shouldn't have taken very much damage. 24,9. Okay. I actually don't think the kaiju breath hurt it. And if it did, it didn't hurt it very much. So the next thing is, can we hit through this thing? Doesn't really look like we can. I imagine the kaiju breath is the same way. Let's see. Actually, since I did just hit it, see if we can maybe see about how much damage I did. Okay, so it took considerably more damage now. So I probably hurt it pretty good with my actual attack. This is definitely a really bad creature to be doing element veins with, though. There's just so little maneuverability in here. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to clear this. You'll have no choice but to just destroy everything. And especially because these element nodes kind of protect creatures that are underneath them, you're not going to be able to get the creatures that are on these element nodes very well because you can't hit them from the inside. If you could just attack through them, then it wouldn't be a problem. But because I have to like get over here to attack this one, and even then I don't know if I actually hit it. Looks like I did. Yeah, this is just cancer right here. But I don't know. Maybe we'll see. If I can get myself taking some damage and learn how to be more accurate with the kaiju breath, maybe. Let's see. Oh yeah, we couldn't even take out a single pteranodon. Come on, come on. These other four creatures are definitely around somewhere attacking some of these smaller nodes, but finding them is going to be such trash that I don't even really want to do it. I saw one over here. Let's hopefully bap that one. Are these ones maybe part of it? We just bap these bad boys real quick. Bap. Maybe this, not too positive, but I think it did last a bit longer. There was no levels on it that time. I think just because I wasn't aiming directly where my creature was looking, you could just see a little better. I think you saw one. There. Okay, facing this way, left or right? Oh, I think I see it. Whatever. We're just tail flapping. I didn't get nothing. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Oh, there's one. I see it. I see it. The tail flapped. Nuked. We got him. We got him. Good instructions. Bad execution of instructions. Oh, there's one. This is just the worst. And we destroyed one of the nodes. Okay, so there should be one more enemy in here. We might just go ahead and let it die on its own while we take a moment to heal. Can I heal you like this? Yeah, so I just gotta be like underneath it. What does CNT stand for? Because calling you CNT is starting to aggravate me. It's too many words. Oh, oh god, so many creatures. Oh, goodness gracious. Try and get in the way of some of them so they attack me. Okay, we're up to 3. We're up to 4. We're up to 5. An abbreviation for clunt baby. Tell me whatever you want, I don't really care. What does clunt mean? Are you clunt? Or is clunt cunt with an N or with an L in it? Okay, we're up to 14 stacks. I want to get all the way up to 20 before I kaiju again. And then I want to try and kaiju something through the element vein. It's pronounced Clunt. You said it right. Alright, Clunt. Cool. Everybody will freak out when I call you that. It'll be great. I'm really gonna call you that. Okay, we're at 20. I think that's max. Let's maybe hang on for a second, see if I can get to 21. Doesn't seem like it. So we're gonna try and kaiju that Carno through the element vein. Oh yeah. We just nuked a bunch of stuff, but it did not hit through the element vein, which is a big bummer. I also don't know if we actually damaged the element vein, because I don't know how much damage it had taken. We'll go ahead and like kill most of this stuff in this wave, and then we'll check again. Oh, you use up the stacks. Okay. Okay. Stacks get used up. Didn't realize that. This time we're gonna just kaiju breath one of the regular nodes, because I think that'll let us know if I can destroy a node, because I'm pretty sure the totally powered up kaiju breath will one-shot one of these nodes. So that's just probably what we'll do to it. And that'll give us a pretty good indication of whether or not the kaiju breath is super dangerous here. What are you doing there, T-Rex? Bop. Get murked, buddy boy. Surprisingly, this thing doesn't kill nodes nearly as fast as I expected it to. My charged up Karchar definitely kills nodes faster than this. You should hit a Rex or a Stego with the breath. I didn't think it does any damage to the Ellie veins. Yeah, I don't think it does either, but I definitely want to check it. My Tail Whip does lots of damage to the Ellie veins. We've got 6 stacks right now. Let's hit one of these outside ones. Surely it's enough damage. Take one of these little ones out. Oh, there was a corrupted Dilophosaur there. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it does any damage to it. But it does seem like you can at least kaiju through these little veins. Oh, I'm trapped. Don't mind me, Raptor. I'm just gonna step on you while I get out here. And then we're gonna bap you. Bap. Alright. 8 hostiles remaining. 14k HP. Looks like something's attacking it. We're definitely not completing this, so I'm not even going to worry about it anymore. But I am going to go ahead and try to see for sure. So normally this stuff turns yellow. When you hit, you get a yellow hit indicator. But 14, 1, 13. So there's nothing attacking it right now. We're going to kaiju it just to make sure. No yellow indicators. Still at 14, 1, 13. Yeah. So you can totally use your kaiju breath. Try and clear stuff out on here. And I imagine that's going to work the exact same for the OSD, which means that the OSDs are probably really doable with the Dreadnoughtus because they block a lot less, and you hit from pretty high with the Dreadnoughtus. So I would imagine that it's fairly doable. Can I please whap this thing? Starting to piss me off. Just whap it to death. The Dilophosaur just eliminated one of my little things. Okay, we got lots of creatures coming in from over here. We're gonna go get in the middle of this so we can start getting powered up here. And then we're gonna kaiju a stego or something. Not sure what just happened there. Yeah, you two attacked me. There we go. Get some things attacking me here. Good deal. We got a level. This level. Those. We'll take these out. Drop everything. That back in. Oh yeah, we got lots of stuff attacking now. Gonna get our 20 stacks, no problem. And it looks like it goes all the way up to that last bar in its neck. Is where the last indicator is for stack number 20. So if it's even with that last bar in its neck, you're fully charged up. But we'll merc all that stuff real quick. And then there's a corrupted stego right over here. Let's go kaiju this corrupted stego over here. Well, let's see what level this corrupted stego is. Only a level 15. Yeah, it'll die in a kaiju, no problem. So I don't want to waste it on that. I want to get something that's a higher level. But let's get hit by some stuff so that we keep our stacks up here. What level's this stego over here? Level 35. That's not very good. Get that Bronto. See how bloody it gets? Okay, yeah, let's go get that Bronto. Come to kaiju. Wonder how far away I can hit it from. Wonder if I could like hit it from here. We'll get right up next to it. Alright. 20 stack kaiju breath coming in. Rawr. Oh, it almost killed it. Well, maybe half. What level is it? Level 85 Bronto? So, we didn't even do that good against a level 85 stego last time. So it definitely increased its damage pretty considerably, but I wouldn't call it like insanely powerful. I guess it probably more than half killed that Bronto, so that's pretty strong. Again, I only have 166%, 168 now, percent melee. So I don't know, maybe about double damage. Full stacks. I probably have to go to single player and turn on damage numbers to see. And that seems like a pretty reasonable thing to do. We might do that after we finish up this Belly Vein. Since I'm Fairly certain I won't complete it. Assuming you put all points in melee, it would be one shot. Yeah. No, I think if you had all points in melee, you definitely would have one shot that Bronto. And this is, again, not a great melee creature. Um, it only has 166. I don't know how many points that is because I don't have tech binos, but I don't imagine that's more than, 20, 25. So if you bred them up a little bit, got the base up to even maybe 250, I bet you that kaiju breath whaps when you level it all up. And it honestly seems like base HP is more important to this creature than level HP because I'm only getting, 600 hit points every level I put in here. But this one had 144k at level 172, and the other one had 25k HP at level 25. So it seems like its points that it gets pre-tame are incredibly important. So mutating health into this creature and leveling up melee is probably the fastest way to the most powerful Dreadnoughtus. Because its base health stat is just out of control. Its base melee seems pretty shitty, so mutating melee is probably not gonna be super effective. But mutating health will just mean surviving so much longer. Oh, I just killed something. Can I hit this Dilophosaur from this position with my tail? Probably not. Nope. Wow. I don't care how bad it is for doing these. Dreadnoughtus is easily the coolest creature in the game right now. I'm all about it. I'm so about it that I am absolutely like wasting time from stuff that I really should be doing, like gathering materials and shit. But I don't even care. I'm having too much fun. I don't know anybody who plays this game who could resist running around in the Dreadnoughtus. Well, let's go ahead and owl up some health here real quick. Uh-huh. Okay. You know what? This thing's pissing me off. What about, like, right here? Nope, not right there. Can I land on top of the Dreadnoughtus? I'm gonna go catch up on some sleep. I got a crazy headache. Sadly, I'm not sure if it'll be here to stream tomorrow, but I might be able to join you on Saturday. If you stream, I'll be here. Awesome. Yeah, definitely take care of your headache. Thanks for stopping by today, Blunt. I really appreciate it. And thanks for being so active in the chat, keeping me, interested and entertaining and doing things. I really appreciate that. Dreadnoughtus is OP. Ooh, you know what might be really good with doing with the Dreadnoughtus is taming Managarmers. Because you could probably put the trap right on the back of the Managarmer, and I bet you, or put the trap right on the back of the Dreadnoughtus, and I bet you the Managarmer would just jump right in it. Might be fun. Bap that Carno. Bap him. You got bapped. You're gonna get bapped again. You should have just taken your bapping and walked away. Instead, you get bapped again. One of these days, I'm gonna forget to take my Ellie out of there, and I'm gonna drop all. I wanna have a great night. I hope you have a great night. Get some further mucking sleep. This wave can go ahead and end anytime. Wait, one more thing before I go. Could you shoot breath straight out and into camera mode? See what range on it? Yeah, sure. There's breath, K mode. Ooh, yeah. That's actually pretty fucking short. I don't think it's any longer than the Managarmer breath. It honestly might be shorter. Oh my goodness, look at all the pair racers. Oh yeah, you're all getting bapped. Get bapped. We're having some issues. For some reason, I can't attack. Right, I'm gonna go for real this time. Hope you have a good rest of your stream. Yeah. You have a good night, Clint. Have a good night. Alright. We got a whole lot of stuff over here. I don't have a lot of kaiju stacks, but let's try and go stand in this for a minute. And we'll try and stack up our kaiju here by just getting hit. Yeah, there we go. Take a bunch of damage here. Stack up that kaiju. And then I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. We're gonna kaiju the shiznit out of this. See how much stuff we can take out this way. That actually wasn't half bad. That actually wasn't half bad at all. It was honestly kind of dope. The element vein took a bunch of damage of the process in the build up and in the actual attack, but well, in the head attack, not the kaiju attack, because the kaiju attack doesn't do damage to the element vein. But you could definitely it's pretty easy. They seem to want to attack this thing. So if you get this thing close to the element, or to the creatures that are attacking the element vein, they seem to have a real affinity for attacking it. And so if you had a couple of them, you could probably keep most of the creatures from actually attacking element, at least the core element vein, and then just use your kaiju breath. You'd have to have, a pretty good saddle and lots of health. But I think you'd mostly probably be okay. I mean, let's see if we can get this Spino to attack me instead of attacking you. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as you get anywhere near, everything really, really wants to attack you. Let's also see if I can just kaiju down this Spino. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that was the raptor that died. The Spino did. But it's got a pretty decent AoE on it. When you spray down like that, it really seems to hit a nice area. It was a level 40 Spino. Yeah. Now, I really feel like some health mutations and then putting some stats into melee is a really good way to really make these strong. It's insane how much the HP, like wild levels, must do to benefit the HP of this creature. Because, I mean, literally from 20 something K on my level 25 to 144K on this one. Like, that's insane. And then imprint is a percentage, right? So your imprinted creature, if I get my 144K health on this, and then you get 20% bonus from the imprint, that's going to be another almost 30K. So it'll be 170K base HP, which is bananas. I mean, these things are totally unreasonable. I really think if you can get good with the Dreadnoughtus, it could be a really good creature for this. But because the Dreadnoughtus tame is broken right now, honestly, I think if you were really good at being able to do these with the Dreadnoughtus, you would have a pretty fast path um, on a wipe if you just went, get a high level Mana Garmer, use the high level Mana Garmer to tame a Dreadnoughtus real quick, level Dreadnoughtus, even on a 25k, right? You don't even necessarily need to take it to a 50k, because this one I tamed on a 25k. It was a 130 base, and it came out 172 with 144k HP, which is insane. And then I definitely think you can use these to do OSDs, um, because of how easy it is to maneuver on the OSD compared to uh, the other stuff. So I think you'd be good there. Who's been recently injured. Um, but then, you just kaiju breath down on the OSD to clear everything. But you could easily do yellow, maybe even red OSDs if you had one or two of these. Probably need two for the red OSDs because you're going to be running into creatures that are a little stronger. But if you had two of them, I mean, you could just split up either side and you would pull most of the aggro off of the OSD onto you. Because the corrupted creatures really seem to want to go after these. Um, I don't know what it is, but I have a much harder time pulling creatures off of the element veins and getting them to attack, like my Mana Garmer, for instance. But they seem really out to get the Dreadnoughtus. I wonder if I can cryo it from here. Ooh, you can. That's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. I really want to think about some interesting PvP centric builds that could go into the Dreadnoughtus. Um, I think, let's see, you can't put Volanosaurs on turret mode on um, on platforms. So you probably still can't do that on the Dreadnoughtus platform. But what what can we do? Let's consider some some utility for the Dreadnoughtus. So what does the Dreadnoughtus do that its platform saddle really benefit from? I definitely think rocking a Daedon on the saddle is probably a good idea. Hopefully, that would actually work. Um, we should be pretty close here. Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes till that baby pops. That's cool. We're going to be seeing that here in a sec. So, definitely a Daedon on your platform, or two, or three. Um, a lot of troughs. And because of troughs, put a trike up there with well, I guess it doesn't have to be a trike, a turtle, whatever. With a refrigerator, or a cart full of refrigerators, and or a cart full of Because you could keep a Dreadnoughtus going forever by just putting a creature with a cart on its back and, loading down some troughs and growing a couple of crops. And you just be good to go. Like forever. And that's kind of cool. Because the crops would fill themselves up. And that'd just be fun. Especially if you were somewhere that's rainy. Uh, that would work really well, I think. Um, Gosh, I really just don't know. They're such a cool creature, and they have such cool attacks, but I'm having a really hard time really making some value out of them. So, what are we going to use these creatures for? For PvE, they're Titan killers, right? You're using them on the Titans. The Ice Titan, the Forest Titan, the King Titan. I think they're really, really powerful for that. And so I think they're definitely a part of that fight. So you're going to be riding a Dreadnoughtus, get the platform saddle into those fights. So what could you do to the Dreadnoughtus, to its platform, to increase your viability during that fight? I need to go use the restroom real quick. While I do that, I'm going to think about this, but I'll be right back. I am so excited for this Dreadnoughtus baby to pop in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I am actually giddy with anticipation. I'm gonna need one of you fools to get a little clip of this. Because I have a feeling that the baby Dreadnoughtus is gonna be the most adorable thing in the entire world. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to handle it. I am just so excited. While we wait here, I actually need to do something. This Oviraptor is in a place where it can't pick up my my Dimorphodon eggs. My baby Dimorphodon eggs. I can't pick up my Dimorph eggs. So we need to move it right here where it can. And then we need to move these dodos over here where they can feed it regular eggs. Silly little dodos. There you go. All right. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Phew. If he had ended up eating. Oh my goodness, that could have been terrible. Show visual range. Okay. Where's the visual range, dude? You're starting to upset me. All right, you pick up nothing for right now. That's fine. That was a close call. Okay. 2.5 more minutes. Sorry. That was a little bit of a holdup here. I didn't do it on purpose. But let's take a look at our beautiful Dreadnoughtus. I cannot even begin to say how excited I am. I can't even begin to say how excited I am about this stream. We've had an incredible stream today. 30 seconds. Gonna get to see baby dreadnoughtus, a baby dreadnoughtus, a baby dreadnoughtus. Gonna get to see a baby dreadnoughtus. Hatch myself from 2 parents that I tamed myself. This is very exciting. Oh my god, it's enormous. Oh, look at how big it is. It has the 144k. Oh, but it's got the crap melee damage. No. Who even cares? Give it berries. Berries, Dreadnoughtus. Oh, this thing eats a lot. What's up? Holy shiznit, dude. Why don't you calm your ass down? I don't have that many berries, brother. You need to chillax. Alright. I wonder how long it takes to raise this motherfucker. Bet you it's a minute. We're going to want to see how long 0.1% takes. And then we'll extrapolate out from there. Jeez, a minute 20? That's already 100 minutes per percent. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. No, 0.1. That's 10 minutes. Never mind. Got 0.01. 0.1 is what I'm waiting on. I can math. Alright, so that's 2 minutes. That's already 20 minutes per percent. Be 3% an hour, which would be 33 hours. It's definitely going to be longer than that, because that's how long like, the Megatheriums took. Three minutes. That 30 minutes per percent, which is 50 hours. So that's actually where the Managarmers are at. It's 30 hours or 50 hours. That looks like, yeah, these are almost exactly the same. So right about 3 minutes per percent, or right about 3 minutes per tenth of a percent. So 30 minutes per percent. If I, well, I have to. There's not going to be anywhere that I can actually throw this out inside my base. So it'll never be out in here again. There's definitely no way. So we'll have to raise it somewhere else. But we have a baby Dreadnoughtus with our good health stat, which is baller. What is it, a male? I think it was a male too. So when we raise this, we'll have a breeding pair with our good health stat. So even though, you know, they're not great Dreadnoughtuses, being able to pump out 144k HP dreads, well, not pump out, guarantee 144 HP dreads will be pretty nice. Let's see. We need to go back over. We need to start some more flint. Because this is so far over here, I keep forgetting to come over and do it. We really need to be more active about the flint production because we need more bullets. We need so many more bullets. We need all the bullets, in fact. Hey, nice. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm sure I will like it. Was a little late for the beginning hatch, so I hope it works. Oh yeah, I'm sure it will. I'm very excited about it. Can't believe I'm gonna have an imprinted Dreadnoughtus. It's pretty ridiculous. I honestly, I kind of want to start raising it. Like, the Dreadnoughtus is so good at getting berries. I don't even think it'll be that hard. And I kind of want to throw it out again. Let's take it over here. See if we can't find ourselves a spot where it can raise. We may need to, like, go down below. So you can do a lot of stuff over here. Right? Because I can be like all the way over here. You can go down there. I think. At least part of the way down there. You might be able to go all the way down to the floor down there, though. So I might just be able to raise it, like, down there. Whoops. I don't think I have any way to get back up here. I might have goofed. Might have goofed. Okay. That's impressive. But I think we'll just get ourselves nuked here. And we'll bring a bird over. And we'll fly down and get ourselves. But I think I'm going to throw this baby out in the front here. After I go ahead and get a bunch of berries. So let's respawn over here. Let's grab us a bird. Honestly, you know what you could do? Is you could raise the baby on the back of the mother. And just put troughs up there. And just walk around gathering berries with the mother. And then load them into the troughs. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. I'm just saying, I'm a clever motherfucker. That's twice today I did that. I don't normally do it. I normally remember to switch back over to me. I guess we can't actually throw out the other dread here. We'll have to go back to this other base. The other thing is I want to go ahead. Let's put most of the stuff that we've got on in one of these grinders. We'll just make sure and not grind it. And I want to go check some things real quick. Because I want to see about coming down here. Yeah. Yeah, you can land down here. You can't come out this way. Yeah, here's where you start getting hit. But all the way back up against this wall, you're good. Which is kind of crazy. Because there's not a lot of space to be raiding from up here. Right, there's only a few you can kind of get down here. But if you go too far, like there, you're in the red. So you have to kind of come down from over here. This is such a good spot. And there's so much room for activities over here. A couple of cliff plats back up under this. Oh, oh, hang on, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, that was close. That was almost the spot right there. I saw another little spot that I want to go check out too, though. It was right up over here. I saw a little crack. Nope, doesn't look like there's any going in right there. Just being this close to the red zone, though, is just incredibly strong for defense. If you just build all the way out to it. You just create a really, really strong position. And you've got, I mean, just levels and levels worth of cliff plats and stuff can go back here. And then, I mean, you've even got some space out here before you get to the red, too. Whole lot of room. Whole lot of room back here. And really only being able to come in from above right here. I mean, it's pretty cool. I like it. I like it a lot. But we might grab ourselves some foundations and make a couple of troughs. Drop a couple of troughs down here and raise that dread up down here. Out of the way. Okay, how did I get stuck? If I can get in, why can't I get out? We made it. Holy crap. Yeah, so we're gonna land down here. Um, we're just gonna see, like, how long can I be down here and not just poof out of his existence? Because I'm mildly afraid that the anti-mesh will get me down here, and I don't want to throw out my baby dread and then maybe just boop, gone, you know? That'd be booty cheeks. We'll see. I'm totally fine with losing this RG. Well, not totally fine, but, you know, if it happens, it happens. It'll be alright. But I honestly think we're good. I think normally we would have winked out by now. So I don't think we're going to run into any issues. Could be able to raise our baby dreads right there. I suppose that they could get tame sniped down there, right? They're not like safe being down there, but they're safe enough. And we just won't leave the parents out. We'll just put the babies out. We'll use the parents for the berry picking. I'm really excited to see a full imprinted dread. That'll be super dope. So let's go ahead and put our clothes back on here. It's even hotter over here than it is in the place where I'm normally at too. Because this is back behind the sulfur wastes, which is super hot. So not only would an attacker have to contend with the red zone right there, but they'd also have to contend with the fact that it's a bajillion degrees back there. So I just don't think that there's a good way to attack that location. And it's fairly large. Obviously you could just stego soak it, but I think it's pretty prohibitive as far as a lot of the tricks and stuff like that that you would normally use for raiding a base. But yeah, I think all I'm really going to be doing tonight then from now on is I'm actually going to go set up back there with some gotchas and well, actually I was going to say I'm going to quit, but I'm going to just keep streaming it because that's actually interesting enough to watch. So never mind. Yeah, we're going to set up some gotchas back there. We're going to set up our dread baby back there. And we're going to start maybe gaining some resources that way. We probably need to get us a Pegomastix. And then that'll be our place where we go, like after stream. We'll just sit over there with our gotchas running and, you know, our babies raising. We'll raise babies back there. And I'll watch TV and I'll do that boring ass shit. Like watch gotchas and raise babies. And then the rest of the time we can farm resources normally and tame and, you know, later we'll do some PvP when we can start transferring around and, you know, stuff like that. So I definitely think, though, if I can get some good pairs of gotchas and stuff going with most of my staple resources, stone, metal, wood, if I could even get some obsidian for poly, or actually just organic poly. That's something I'll have to keep separate though, because I don't want to open the crystals for organic poly until I need the organic poly. So that'll be an interesting one. I'll need to keep a Pego that's just gathering those and keep those separated. But cementing paste, just all that stuff. If I can do that, then if I can spend 3 or 4 hours just feeding stone and picking up, or feeding raw metal and picking up, or whatever, and picking up those crystals, then we can avoid necessarily having to spend too much time gathering resources on stream. And I'd really like that. Gathering resources is fun. I like to do it and I like to talk, but it's not necessarily entertaining to watch. So we'll find ourselves a way to get away from some of that. Start raising up some more gachas and somebody said it was like 8 or 9 foundations that you had to keep them apart. We might be able to get 4 or 5 sets of gachas down there. Maybe more. So let's go back down. Let's go in here. This base. Let's make a shiznit load of foundations. Yeah, I dig that. Just bam. What are foundations? What's up? And we need some troughs. But I don't think I have what it takes to make a trough. I think I need 8 raw metal. And 120 wood, actually. You can probably go get that real quick. Teleport back. Get our pick out. That's plenty right there. This out. Whack these trees. 120 wood per trough. That's like 2 troughs. 3 troughs. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, almost 4 troughs. Let's try and get up to 4 troughs here. Yeah, that'll be 4 troughs. Get ourselves teleported back over here real quick. I'm pretty sure I can just make the troughs in here, right? Can't make the troughs in here. Okay, well, I need all this wood. And I need all that. And I need whatever else I need. What else does it take to make a trough? Oh, right, I don't have to... I can auto-craft or auto-pull from my inventory. That's so awesome. I could have sworn I had enough wood for 4. I was 3 short. Are you serious? That is hilarious. One more. And can I carry all these? No. Can I carry half? Yes. We'd need to probably die real quick. Well, actually, I have a bed over here, so it's not too big of a deal. But we need our RG. Okay, we'll just fly over there. I think I've got enough hit points that I'll make it. And let's go build ourselves up a little raising spot over here. Let's break out some gotchas. Raise up some dreadnoughts. It is unfortunate that this baby dreadnought didn't get its mother's melee. It'll be okay, I guess. You know, it's possible it actually got a melee mutation, actually. Now that I think about it, because it does have mutable melee. That is only a 1%. The mother does have mutable melee 1. So that's only a 1% increased chance, but... You know, it's a possibility. It's possible. I don't think I'm gonna make it all the way over there. I might die en route. Oh no. Made a terrible mistake. Like a really, really terrible mistake. Oh no. Come fly with me. Let's fly away. Okay, I think we're gonna make it. I think it's gonna be okay. That's our red light right there. Where we go down. Well, I fell into a burning ring of fire. I think what you would want to do is to prevent people from like dropping stegos on top of you. You'd want to make some of Captain Fat Dog's little slides on top of your base. So if they tried to drop stegos down, they flew off onto the side there. Honestly, you could make this place really, really well defended. Where they'd have to actively like be holding the stegos over your base. Which would be hilarious with some Tesla coils, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, this spot can be done up real good. And you can come back to life in your beds here. And I like that. I like it a lot. And I don't feel like it's cheating because you don't have to go outside the red to get here. All right. Let's go over here and let's place down some foundation. I don't really think that we need the whole thing foundationed, right? Because it doesn't really matter if the creatures are standing on foundation. So I'm going to start off way down here under this gap. And then, whoops. What I want to do is I want to stay at this same height. Looks like this is as far as I can get. Which is actually a little shocking. But we'll just put all our troughs and stuff back here. I don't actually know why I decided I needed so many foundations. I think I wanted to put the gotchas on foundations, but that's actually totally irrelevant. And I mean, I guess I'll need to like measure out their spacing, but that can even be done just by watching their facial expressions. So this will be where we raise things, right here. And then the gotchas will run all the way up through there, just in a line. And maybe I'll be able to get one out here. I doubt it, though. I don't think I can go far enough. Nope. Yeah, so we'll just spread our gotchas out in pairs all the way that way. We'll get some Pegomastics, which is actually going to take quite a bit longer than I anticipated. But let's just go up here. We're going to... no, we can't throw out the Dreadnoughtus here. That's right. Can I get teleported with my RG? Nope, not enough space. I don't want to fly all the way back over there, but I think I might have to. Okay, well, let's fly back over. I just need to gather up some berries and bring them back over here. And since I don't have a cryo fridge over here, at least not one that I can throw out like up top, this is a really good spot for berries right here, though. Holy cow. Tons of bushes. My goodness. Might actually have to go ahead and put a cryo fridge up here. Life fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, down, down the flames went higher. And then we'll our raise our baby gotchas all the way in that far corner from the troughs, so they don't eat anything, because they'll just eat air apparently. And when they eat air, they stay alive somehow. So we'll go ahead and do that, and that's just where they'll raise. And there won't really be any other creatures out. Yeah, I think this is going to work great. I don't have tons of defenses back there. I might need to concern myself with making more defenses in that area. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We shall see, I suppose. We shall see. Bow, 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 bow. Meow, 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 meow. What am I doing? Go back upstairs. Throw out your dreadnoughtus. Gather berries. I feel like there should be a sound effect of some going. That's a huge. Every time the dreadnoughtus comes out. Look at it. It's ginormous. Like, I don't even feel like there's berries there for it to collect. It's just attacking nothing. Gathering all the berries. Berry farm. Berry farm. Going on a berry farm. Do they have weight reduction on berries? They do not. They carry the full weight of the berry. Yeah. So many berries. Now you would think, hermit, don't go out there onto that point with a creature this big. How are you going to turn around? The answer is instant turning. so cool. Toggle control, turn however you want. It also continues to happen, like even if you're moving. So you actually turn faster, I think, if you have control on. And if you don't, maybe not. Doesn't appear like that's true. Never mind. But you do turn even when you're walking, so you don't have to hit. Oh, that always happens. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore everything I've said. I've lost my marbles. The control scheme is different, and so now I'm forgetting how the controls normally work. I honestly love how little wood and thatch this thing gathers. So I can hit all the trees I need to while I'm gathering up berries. And just not even give a fuck. Raw. I think that's probably good though. That's gonna pretty much weight down my RG. Yeah, we got 2,700 weight. RG's got a little over 3K, about 3,500. Should just about weight it. Oof. All right. Let's get all these berries. Well, doo-doo. Okay, how many berries can I pick up? My goodness. This is like every trough full of berries right here. That's what I'm talking about. Whatever, we'll just put everything on the RG. Oh, need a cryopod back. I made a mistake. Please. Cryopod. Yeah. Alright, now we fly back over there with all of our berries. Then we throw out our baby Dreadnoughtus and hope that our RG can actually carry it. That's what we're gonna hope. I don't think it will. But we're gonna hope. need some berries. Come fly with me. Then we'll get this Dreadnoughtus baby set up. And then we'll teleport back. We'll pick up our gotcha babies. We'll go throw them in their corner. Well, we'll throw them out and then we'll take them over to their corner. And then... And then. That'll probably be the end of it. And then I'm going to sit here all night feeding gotchas and popping out gotcha babies and trying to get some Ellie Dust gotchas and some other gotchas that I might need. And we're going to see just how much resources we can get from a relatively small gotcha farm. Because if I could spend 3 or 4 hours just doing this every day and get enough resources to keep going, that'd be alright with me. I could have a pair of Ellie gotchas, even 2 pairs of Ellie gotchas, but honestly 1 pair of Ellie gotchas would probably be enough for me. And then, I only need 1 black pearl gotcha. I don't even need a whole set if I'm doing it every day. And then... I could probably use stone gotchas, but I don't mind farming stone. Because that's just what I would feed the gotchas. Well, maybe I feed them raw metal. So we'll farm metal for them. Which farming metal in this map sucks a little bit, but it'll be okay. In 3 or 4 hours, that'll only eat 20 or so slots. Probably. Not even. And then I'll be super hot over here. So I might need to drop some ACs or something. Or see if there's a way to maybe get over the heat or fix the heat or... Yeah, it's just being all the way over in this side. Need to see if there's somewhere over here I can get out of the heat. Otherwise, I'll just keep dying. We're not going to throw out the dread right now. I want to go over and fill these troughs up first. Man, there's so much room over here. And there's only... Yeah, this is a really good spot. It's a little out in the open, but still. Kind of worth. Alright. Put berry on there. Let's throw out all these berries. So I want to keep them red ones too. All right. How many troughs can we fill up? Throw out the seeds. Fill it up. Fill it up. 1 trough. 2 trough. 3 trough. Nice. Considering how quickly this Dreadnoughtus ate, that actually might be viable to just fill up a mess of troughs. Alright, baby Dreadnoughtus gets thrown out. No, don't go over there. Oh, please don't go into the red. Follow me, baby. Where did you land? Okay, I definitely can't grab you. Let's try and get you to come and fall off this way. And actually, because you're so hungry, we probably need to go ahead and get some berries in you while we do this. You're going to starve to death. And we don't want our first Dreadnoughtus to starve to death. Behavior, follow really short. And then I want you to follow me, not the RG. Let's see if we can't get you turned around, eh? There you go. There's a good baby Dread. So cute. Look at him. With his little old legs. Big ass body. Look at that tail. That tail is actually ridiculous. It's so stumpy and fat. Okay, stop going up there. Turn your ass around and fall down. So cute. Let's go ahead and give him some more berries. He probably already burned through those. We'll go ahead and eat some too. Yeah, so I got to get this thing up to 10%. I didn't actually think about that. I have to get it to 10% before I can leave it on the trough, which is going to mean getting it to a couple of percent at least before I can leave long enough to go get some gotchas. So, yeah. I don't want to leave y'all just sitting here watching me sit here. So, I think I'm going to go ahead and do this stuff off stream. Because it doesn't really matter, and I'm honestly kind of pooped out on talking. So, yeah. Thanks everybody for coming by and for being active in the chat and for hanging out. We had an outrageously successful stream today. We had a couple of not so successful ones there for a while. I was just kind of low energy, and then we took a couple of days off, and so it was good to get back. And yesterday was a good stream. Today was an even better stream. We're just really growing and seeing a lot of new people and just having a great time. So yeah, I appreciate that everybody was here hanging out, being in the chat. I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see you all in the next one.